Chapter 1556. Ling Xiao did not expect the old man to be so direct, so he decided not to hide it. After all, with the old man's strength, hiding it would only make the old man feel disgusted, so he might as well admit it and see what the old man wanted. "You're right, my lord. I do have a way to survive in this storm. Please excuse me, my lord," Ling Xiao replied. "Hee, I thought you wouldn't dare to admit it. But then again, other than this rare treasure, you must have gained a lot from this place as well. I can't believe you've mastered the stormy body technique. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk around this place so easily with your strength." Feng Qingyang laughed. "I did gain something. If there's nothing else, my lord, I'll take my leave," Ling Xiao replied. At the same time, he thought to himself, storm body technique? That's not a bad name. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Are you afraid that this old man will steal your treasure? Feng Qingyang said with some displeasure. In the eastern region, there were many people who wanted to talk to him, but he was disdainful. Now that he had lowered himself to talk to this kid didn't know what was good for him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Why would I? It's my honor to know you, my lord. But I have urgent matters to attend to in the Blue Moon space. So, please forgive me." "Oh, so you mean you know me?" Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. My lord is extraordinary. Your divine power is unparalleled, and your strength is boundless. I know that my lord is an old senior who has been famous for a long time. This kid has only just started his career, so his knowledge is limited. Naturally, I can't look up to your mighty deeds. You're an interesting kid. In the end, you still don't know me." "Good, that's good," Feng Qingyang said excitedly. Then, he added, "You want to go to the Blue Moon space, right? Come, I'll go with you. It's also on the way there. I haven't talked to anyone for so many years, and it would be good to get to know an interesting kid like you." Ling Xiao didn't expect the old man to be so thick-skinned as to want to go with him. He thought to himself, is there something wrong with this old man's head? Does he really think he's some kind of peerless character? Ling Xiao only dared to despise him in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. With a smile on his face, he said, "It is my honor to travel with sir." At least you know what's good for you. If it weren't for the fact that you could comprehend the storm movement skill, I wouldn't be interested in you at all. Let's go, let's see how far your movement skill has progressed. Feng Qingyang responded and began to dash out of the spatial storm with the same movement technique as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the old man's almost perfect movement technique and felt an itch. He also burst forth with all his strength and chased after the old man. An old man and a young man dashed through the stormy space, transforming into a gust of wind that drifted erratically and was as swift as a gale. This old man is so fast. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to him. Ling Xiao secretly admired him. Feng Qingyang still had his hands clasped behind his back and looked very relaxed, but his speed was so fast that no one could catch up to him. However, Feng Qingyang was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could keep up with him. Although I've slowed down, this kid can still keep up with me. He must have comprehended the essence of the storm movement skill. It's no wonder he can walk freely in this space. He's much more promising than my good-for-nothing disciples. After flying for an unknown period of time, the two of them dashed out of the spatial storm one after another. This feels great. Kid, you're not bad. Feng Qingyang laughed as he steadied himself. Ling Xiao also stopped and panted a little as he said, "Sir's speed is indeed unparalleled. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Initially, he thought that after comprehending the profound meaning of storm, his speed in the spatial storm would be comparable to that of a high-level supreme being. Unexpectedly, the old man in front of him showed him that there was always someone better out there. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who could obtain opportunities that others couldn't. Others could also obtain opportunities that belonged to them. "Stop flattering me. By the way, what's your name, kid?" I wonder where you're from to be able to cultivate a little monster like you. You're not even 200 years old, but you've already achieved such a level of cultivation and comprehension. Feng Qingyang praised. My name is Ling Xiao. I'm just a nobody from a newly established extraterritorial sect. I'm not worthy of your attention. Ling Xiao replied. The name matches well with your face, you little brat, Feng Qingyang said. Hee hee, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. May I know how you should address me? Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Since you don't know me, I won't tell you. You'll know in the future, Feng Qingyang said. He then added, let's go. We're quite a distance away from the blue moon space. Let's talk as we travel. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Feng Qingyang into the blue moon space. The Blue Moon space was a relatively famous space on the East Territory Road where the extraterritorial residents lived. That place was much bigger than the Heaven area. The competence of the people there was much stronger than the Heaven area. It was the place where many incipient God realm experts from the antiquity time had migrated to live. At the same time, it was a famous space where the experts from outer space gathered and rested. At the same time, many large gangs gathered in the Blue Moon space and used it as their base of operations. The Red Snake Gang didn't have as many forces there as they had rooted their roots in another space. Therefore, when Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian to leave, he asked him to go to the Blue Moon space. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about being marked by the Red Snake Gang, and it would be less dangerous. From afar, the Blue Moon space was like a blue moon, incomparably resplendent and dazzling. When Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyang to the front of the space barrier, he already wanted to fight with Feng Qingyang. Along the way, this old man had talked so much that Ling Xiao's ears were about to grow calluses. Ling Xiao suspected that this old man hadn't talked to anyone for thousands of years. He kept talking like a gossipy woman. I say, Ling boy, what are you doing in the extraterritorial space? Although you can protect yourself with your speed, it's easy to offend people if you don't have any backing. Why don't you join our Qingfeng alliance? I guarantee that you will be unimpeded wherever you go on the space road. Feng Qingyang suggested. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely take the test seriously. What? My lord, you said you are from the Qingfeng alliance? Ling Xiao wanted to reply perfunctorily, but when he suddenly thought of the three words, Qingfeng Alliance, he was shocked. The Qingfeng Union was one of the top alliances and gangs in the East region. It was also the largest organization in the Cyan Moon space. The Red Snake Gang's strength was not just a little bit weaker than theirs. They were not on the same level at all. This was why Ling Xiao was so surprised when he heard the old man say that he was from the Qingfeng Alliance. Looks like you've heard about our Qingfeng Alliance. How about it? Do you want to join us? I can give you a special treatment. You don't need anyone to vouch for you or pay the entrance fee. Feng Qingyang said with a smug look. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to reply to Feng Qingyang, he sensed many powerful auras rushing in their direction. These people were obviously rushing to the green wind space just like them. Ling Xiao saw two familiar faces among these people. They were Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming, who had chased after him before. It can't be so coincidental, right? Ling Xiao looked away and cursed in his heart. He wanted to run away immediately, but that would attract more attention. He might as well use Feng Qingyang's figure to avoid their line of sight and see if he could escape this calamity. However, Feng Qingyang had a loud voice and did not care about anything else. He seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's strange behavior and immediately shouted, "Little Ling, why are you hiding? They are just members of the Red Snake Society, what are you afraid of?" Feng Qingyang's words immediately attracted the attention of the people who were rushing towards them. Chu Zhenlu was the first to shout, "Who dares to look down on the Red Snake Gang?" When he finished speaking, he saw Ling Xiao and shouted angrily, "So it's you, kid. I didn't expect you to really escape to this place. There is no door to hell, but you still insist on barging in. Today, you will pay for hurting me." Chu Zhenlu ignored Feng Qingyang and rushed towards Ling Xiao, His aura locked onto Ling Xiao. *T, I've still been discovered. Ling Xiao exclaimed. He ignored Feng Qingyang and immediately used his movement technique to escape. Although his speed was much faster than before, it was only equivalent to the speed of a peak middle-level supreme martial artist. There was still a gap between him and a high-level supreme martial artist. When Chu Zhenlu discovered him, Xiang Guangming and the others also noticed Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the two high-level supreme martial artists and the other supreme martial artists chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was unable to break free from Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming's encirclement. He was blocked in this space and had no way to escape. Kid, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after not seeing you for so long. Today, I will let you know the consequences of hurting me. Chu Zhenlu hated Ling Xiao to the core. He was a high-level supreme martial artist, but his spirit was unexpectedly injured and he was almost killed. If it wasn't for the help of others, he would have died. Therefore, he would not let go of Ling Xiao when he saw his enemy. After saying that, he raised his battle axe and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. He definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot with one move. It's not that easy to kill me. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and summoned his people. High-level supreme martial artist Chao Tsang, Dragon Fifth, the Ghost, and a dozen supreme martial artists at the incipient God realm. The number of these people was not any less than Chu Zhenlu's people, and they were not much weaker either. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. The only advantage Chu Zhenlu's side had was Xiang Guangming, a high-level supreme martial artist. As soon as Chao Tsang appeared, he immediately blocked Chu Zhenlu's attack. At the same time, he counterattacked Chu Zhenlu. Old Chao, why is it you? Are you crazy? Stop! Chu Zhenlu shouted in shock. Chapter 1557. Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming knew that Chao Chao had gone after Ling Xiao, and there had been no news of him. Now that he had appeared out of thin air, they were shocked. He even attacked them, which puzzled them. Chao Chao grinned. Those who offend my master shall die. He brandished the ancient divine spear and attacked Chu Zhenlu with all his might. His strength was about the same as Chu Zhenlu's. Chu Zhenlu was caught off guard and was at a disadvantage. Old Chao, are you crazy? How dare you betray the gang? Chu Zhenlu cursed as he parried. Xiang Guangming shouted, Old Chao might be controlled by that kid. Let me try and see if I can wake him up. You deal with that kid. Radiance of light. As Xiang Guangming spoke, a divine mirror appeared in his hand. The divine mirror flashed with radiance and shone directly at Chao Chao. His light of light had the ability to purify all evil things and illuminate all evil things. Chao Chao attacked them inexplicably, and Xiang Guangming felt that he must be controlled by some evil being. However, when his radiance of light shone on Chao Chao, the latter did not react at all. Instead, he raised his spear and charged at Xiang Guangming. Xiang Guangming jumped in fright. He quickly turned around to block the incoming attack to avoid being heavily injured. Chao Chao and Xiang Guangming were opponents of the same level, so their fight was naturally very intense. As for Chu Zhenlu, he was about to attack Ling Xiao when Dragon Fifth spat out his dragon pearl and charged at him, blocking his chance to kill Ling Xiao. The others were engaged in a chaotic battle. All sorts of elemental powers blasted the outer realm, causing it to churn endlessly. Watching from afar, Feng Qingyang's eyes flickered with interest as he said, This kid is really beyond my expectation. I can't believe he has a treasure that can hide people. And that golden dragon, with the surname Ling, it seems like he is from the Gold Clan. But he is a wind element cultivator, isn't he? Strange, there's definitely something strange going on. Initially, Feng Qingyang wanted to lend a hand to Ling Xiao, but when he saw that Ling Xiao actually had the ability to fight back, he decided to wait and see how he was going to deal with the situation. At the same time, he wanted to know how many trump cards Ling Xiao had that could pique his interest. Ling Xiao didn't have anything to do for the time being, but he didn't run away. Instead, he was planning how to take down these people. It had to be said that he had always been very courageous. He actually dared to confront these high-level supreme martial artists head-on. Ling Xiao was calculating in his heart, who should he choose to break through from? In the end, Ling Xiao still chose to get rid of Chu Zhenlu first. He and his burrowing holy mouse had a huge advantage against Dragon Fifth, and even if Dragon Fifth used the power of the Dragon Pearl, it was still not enough. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ghosts, come with me. Ling Xiao murmured as he wiped away the sharp light in his eyes. The ghosts beside him immediately launched an invisible soul power attack at Chu Zhenlu, directly attacking Chu Zhenlu's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao initially thought that this soul power attack would be able to seriously injure Chu Zhenlu, and then Dragon Fifth would be able to take him down. However, the attack this time was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. Chu Zhenlu only let out a cry of pain, but he was still able to maintain his combat strength, as if he didn't suffer too much damage. Little bastard, do you think I didn't take any precautions? You will die today. Chu Zhenlu shouted at Ling Xiao with a hideous smile. He had suffered a huge loss the last time, and he knew that Ling Xiao could use soul power attacks. Therefore, he was already prepared. The helmet on his head was a divine tool that could defend against soul power attacks. This kind of defensive divine tool was very rare, and it was not easy to find it in the market. Chu Zhenlu knew a friend who happened to have one, so he traded it to him. However, this spiritual defense divine tool was still penetrated by the combined attacks of Ling Xiao and the ghosts, and was unable to defend against them completely. This proved that this defensive divine tool only had a certain effect, but its level was probably not too high. Ling Xiao and the ghosts would be able to break it if they attacked a few more times. However, Chu Zhenlu wouldn't give Ling Xiao and the ghosts such a chance. He had already asked the burrowing Saint Mouse to keep Dragon Fifth busy, while he charged at Ling Xiao. Chu Zhenlu was an earth elemental supreme being. The battle axe in his hand slashed out a terrifying spatial crack, and countless meteorites rushed out of the crack, smashing toward Ling Xiao. The power was enough to kill anyone below the high-level supreme being level in an instant. It was obvious that Chu Zhenlu hated Ling Xiao to the core, and he definitely wouldn't let Ling Xiao have any chance of survival. He's still a little too weak, let me. Feng Qingyang murmured at the sight, and was about to help Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw another Ling Xiao appearing out of nowhere, blocking Chu Zhenlu's powerful attack. Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This kid is really full of surprises. Ling Xiao's spiritual doppelganger was already at the peak of the mid-level supreme being level, and with a 70-fold increase in combat power, it was already on par with an ordinary high-level supreme being. Ling Xiao swung the Imperial Dragon Sky-destroying art at Chu Zhenlu, and actually managed to block Chu Zhenlu, who was a well-known high-level supreme being. Do you think I'll be captured so easily? All of you shall stay here today. Ling Xiao's real body grinned hideously, and immediately ordered his ghosts to attack the other supreme beings with soul power, so that his supreme puppet could kill all of them. Dragon Fifth unleashed his full combat power, and the burrowing Saint Mouse couldn't last long under his dragon might. It was bitten to death by Dragon Fifth. After dealing with the burrowing Saint Mouse, Dragon Fifth wanted to come over and help Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao asked him to join the others in the battle, and deal with them first. Ling Xiao didn't plan to control the puppets this time. He wanted to kill all of them, and then absorb their souls to raise his spiritual power to the high-level supreme being level. Then, everything would be much safer. Qiao Caocong and Xiang Guangming were locked in battle. Qiao Caocong's combat power was slightly stronger than Xiang Guangming's, but the difference was negligible. They wouldn't be able to determine who was stronger unless they fought to the death. As for the others, the ghosts secretly launched soul power attacks at them, injuring their souls one by one, and then killing them one by one with Ling Xiao's supreme puppet. Dragon Fifth joined the battle and gained an absolute advantage, sweeping away all of them. Ling Xiao's real body used the might of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to collect all the dead supreme being souls, not letting a single one go. The battle between Ling Xiao's soul and Chu Zhenlu was the biggest highlight, and it was also the first time Ling Xiao challenged a high-level Supreme Being head-on. In the past, he'd only been able to block high-level Supreme Beings with Dragon Fifth's help or illusory formations. But now, he could use his own strength to fight them. Inside the space of storms, Ling Xiao had comprehended the storm movement technique, and his speed had increased by several times. His spiritual power had also reached the peak of the mid-level supremacy stage, and coupled with the 70-fold increase in battle prowess, he already had the ability to fight against a high-level supremacy stage. Wind came from the clouds, and clouds came from the dragons. His attacks were actually accompanied by an intense black storm. The terrifying black wind blades, as well as the intense corrosive power, stirred up the tens of thousands of miles of space, causing it to collapse and shatter. Chu Zhenlu used everything he had, but he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, and was even forced into a sorry state by Ling Xiao. It was truly infuriating. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a powerful doppelganger in addition to his soul power attack, which directly blocked him. He was both annoyed and shocked. This kid is too scary. I must kill him with all my strength. Otherwise, if I retreat in defeat, where will I put my face in the future? Chu Zhenlu secretly made up his mind and said ruthlessly. After making up his mind, Chu Zhenlu decided to go all out and kill. He raised his strength to the peak, and used the real killer move. Little bastard, you've indeed surprised me, but this is the end. Chu Zhenlu roared angrily. After forcing back Ling Xiao's attack, he raised all his divine power, and the surrounding earth elemental power kept gathering. Stone Man Transformation. Chu Zhenlu actually transformed into a giant stone man, and his figure became incomparably tall. His limbs and body were immediately petrified, and he was filled with an incomparably strong power. That scene was extremely strange. A gravitational field spread out within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, causing Ling Xiao's speed to decrease significantly. Ling Xiao was shocked by Chu Zhenlu's sudden transformation. Chu Zhenlu could actually transform to such an extent. This was the first time he had encountered such a shocking divine skill. After Chu Zhenlu was petrified, his movements were clearly much slower, but his strength had increased by a lot. Stone fist dominating the heavens. Chu Zhenlu blasted towards Ling Xiao. That powerful stone fist was like countless mountains falling from the sky. Its power was really as domineering as the sky, and it could destroy any star power. Countless giant stones shrouded above Ling Xiao's head, and the terrifying gravitational field was not much weaker than the one in the scorched stone space. The pressure made it impossible for him to dodge, and he could only forcibly block Chu Zhenlu's attack. A high-level supreme martial artist is indeed very scary. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Technique, 7th move, Twin Lotus Flowers. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao's strongest three-layer defensive counterattack finally couldn't withstand the bombardment of such a strong force, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Huh, weren't you very arrogant? Today, I will torture you to death. Chu Zhenlu laughed wildly, and continued to smash wildly. No matter who it was difficult for them to get close to the battle between the two. The power fluctuations were too terrifying. Ling Xiao knew that under Chu Zhenlu's all-out attack, he was already at a disadvantage. If he didn't retract his divine soul, he would definitely be tortured to death. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retract his divine soul, he suddenly found that the space where his divine soul was located was completely sealed, and he couldn't retract it. This is bad. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1558. Soul power was a formless power that could penetrate all obstacles and attack other people's souls. However, it could also be blocked by experts who could directly seal the space and prevent the soul from escaping. Chu Zhenlu already knew that this doppelganger of Ling Xiao's was a flesh and soul. When he launched the attack, he had already quietly used the spatial seal to prevent Ling Xiao's soul from escaping. Now, he had indeed taken the right step. Unless Ling Xiao's soul broke the spatial seal by force, it would be impossible for him to leave this place immediately. Huh, you can't escape. After I destroy your soul, I will destroy your real body. Chu Zhenlu's confidence soared after being petrified. He let out a cold laugh and shouted. Powerful stone fists continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's soul, preventing him from breaking the spatial seal and escaping from this place. Ling Xiao's soul resisted with all its strength, but it could not hold on for much longer. Chu Zhenlu's current strength was really too terrifying. Seems like this is the only way. Even though Ling Xiao was anxious, he did not panic too much. He already had the divine Bodhi arrow in his hand. As long as he broke the spatial seal with one arrow, there would be a small gap, and he could transform into his soul and return to his sea of consciousness. Swish! The divine Bodhi arrow shot towards the direction of the battle like a meteor. Rumble! The divine arrow directly exploded on the spatial seal, immediately emitting a terrifying sound of destruction. This arrow could shoot down any peak mid-level supreme martial artist, but it actually couldn't break through the spatial seal. Damn it, the strength is still lacking. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. The spatial seal set up by a high-level supreme martial artist could not be broken instantly by ordinary strength. He had no choice but to immediately send a signal to Dragon Fifth for help, asking him to come over and break the spatial seal first. However, Dragon Fifth still needed some time to rush over. Currently, his soul had already been blasted to pieces, and his strength was already extremely weak. This also affected Ling Xiao's real body greatly. Dragon Fifth, hurry up. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely ugly as he shouted at Dragon Fifth, hoping that Dragon Fifth would arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, the damage would really be too great. Once his flesh and soul were destroyed, of course, Ling Xiao would not die. After all, every time Ling Xiao would leave a little bit of his divine soul in his sea of consciousness to ensure his safety. Even if his body and soul were destroyed, Ling Xiao's remaining soul power could still allow him to reconstruct another body and soul. However, it would take a very long time and accumulation, and it might even be difficult for him to return to his current peak. Therefore, Ling Xiao absolutely did not wish for this body of flesh and soul to be destroyed. Do you want to wait for help? Impossible. Chu Zhenlu already knew Ling Xiao's intentions. He laughed wildly and once again attacked with all his might. This area of tens of thousands of miles was completely covered by the falling meteorites. Any incipient God Realm expert would be smashed into meat paste. Dragon Fifth had almost arrived, but Ling Xiao's spirit had already been completely forgotten. Damn it! Ling Xiao's real body had already clenched his fists. He had completely given up on this divine soul doppelganger. However, right at this moment, a cyan storm suddenly arose. Swoosh! Swoosh! This storm was like a real natural disaster. In just a blink of an eye, it had smashed the space Chu Zhenlu had sealed. Moreover, the meteorites that Chu Zhenlu had sent out were blown away by this storm. Many of them were crushed into powder. Chu Zhenlu himself was blown away by this storm. Is it God Green Wind? Chu Zhenlu's body was petrified. He was a giant stone man, and the gravity was so great that he was actually blown away by the green storm. Moreover, there were many terrifying wind blade marks on his body, and his stone body was directly slashed to the point that it cracked. Chu Zhenlu grimaced as he thought of a formidable existence. Ling Xiao's god soul was so happy. At the moment this space was destroyed, he quickly returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. Without a second thought, Ling Xiao took out the ghost soul grass and swallowed it. Then, he quickly absorbed the soul power from the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to heal his god soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally saw who it was that had saved his life. I didn't expect this long-tongued old man to be so powerful. He defeated a high-level supreme being with just one move. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. That's right, the person who had helped Ling Xiao was none other than Feng Qingyang, who had come to the Blue Moon space with Ling Xiao. You're not bad to be able to condense the power of a giant stone man. However, you're too arrogant to be so arrogant in front of me. Feng Qingyang said faintly. With a casual wave of his hand, a cyan tornado instantly swept toward Chu Zhenyue. Ah! Chu Zhenlu's stone body, which was already on the verge of collapsing, was sliced into pieces by Feng Qingyang's cyan wind blades and completely destroyed. Chu Zhenlu's divine body was destroyed. He was extremely shocked as he finally saw who the person in front of him was. Alliance leader Feng, please spare my life. I'm from the Red Snake Gang. Chu Zhenlu begged Feng Qingyang for mercy. He didn't even dare to try to escape because he knew that no one could escape from the god of green wind. So, he might as well beg for mercy and perhaps there would be a chance of survival. Looks like you know me, but your Red Snake Gang isn't qualified to make me fear you. Feng Qingyang said faintly as he clenched his fist. The tornado shrank and the wind speed reached its peak. The cyan wind blades were extremely sharp. Ah! Chu Zhenlu only managed to let out a miserable scream before he was completely minced into a puddle of blood by the cyan wind blades. Even his divine soul was completely minced. By the time Dragon 5th arrived, Chu Zhenlu had already been killed. What a powerful human! Dragon 5th frowned as he looked at Feng Qingyang. On the other side, the other members of the Red Snake Gang had also been killed by Ling Zhao's puppets. Only Chao Caocang and Xiang Guangming were still fighting. However, Xiang Guangming panicked when he sensed Chu Zhenlu's aura disappearing. While he was panicking, Chao Caocang mercilessly stabbed him several times with his spear, creating several bloody holes in his divine body. Xiang Guangming endured the pain and activated the divine mirror once again, causing Chao Caocang to be unable to open his eyes. This caused Chao Caocang to retreat and defend himself to avoid being severely injured by Xiang Guangming. However, Xiang Guangming was just a feint. He actually turned around and fled. From the looks of it, he didn't dare to stay for even a second longer. Trying to escape. Feng Qingyang sneered from afar. He pointed his finger lightly, and a cyan finger beam pierced through the space and landed right in front of Xiang Guangming. Xiang Guangming was so frightened that he immediately used the divine mirror to block the attack. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to block Feng Qingyang's attack. The divine mirror was pierced and destroyed, and Xiang Guangming's divine body exploded. Xiang Guangming's divine body was injured, but he wasn't completely dead yet. He was still putting up a last-ditch struggle to escape. However, he suddenly realized that his divine body, which he had just reassembled, was uncontrollably swept back by a powerful storm. Xiang Guangming was overwhelmed by the storm. He felt dizzy, and he couldn't control his body at all. Little brat Ling Xiao, you've captured him. Are you going to deal with him, or should I kill him for you? Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao with a faint smile. If it's possible, I'd better let this brat handle him. Ling Xiao replied, rubbing his hands together. He had always felt that Feng Qingyang was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Feng Qingyang's mastery of wind elemental energy had reached the pinnacle. Even Feng Qingyang couldn't help but look up to him. Alright, since you're interested, I'll let you deal with him. Feng Qingyang said. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the tornado that was trapping Xiang Guangming. When Feng Qingyang disappeared, Xiang Guangming's body was still spinning like a spiral. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to beat Xiang Guangming up. When Xiang Guangming's divine body was beyond repair, it would be time for him to control him. However, after Ling Xiao's beating, Xiang Guangming regained a lot of consciousness. He sneered and said, "If you want to kill me, then you'll have to die with me." Xiang Guangming knew that he couldn't escape, so he used the last bit of his energy to self-destruct. He wanted to perish together with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't expect Xiang Guangming to suddenly put up a last-ditch struggle. Before he could dodge, Xiang Guangming had already self-destructed. Boom! Little Ling. Feng Qingyang was momentarily distracted when he heard the sound of self-destruction, causing him to cry out in shock. However, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to help Ling Xiao at this moment. The power of a high-level supreme martial artist's self-destruction was terrifying. Fortunately, Xiang Guangming was severely injured. Although his power was weakened, it was enough to kill anyone below the high-level supreme martial artist level. Feng Qingyang also thought that with Ling Zhao's strength as a low-level supreme martial artist, how could he still be alive? Damn it! Feng Qingyang yelled angrily, blaming himself. Ling Zhao was killed in front of him. This was the biggest insult to him. When all the smoke dissipated, Ling Zhao was still alive. His divine body was completely destroyed, but his head was still intact. He was working hard to repair his divine body. I was too careless. Ling Zhao cursed. Fortunately, the dragon phoenix divine hoop had saved his life once again. Otherwise, he would have been dead for sure. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Zhao, who was still alive. Good lad, you're still alive. You're indeed the immortal body of Kim people. Ling Zhao barely recovered. He asked in surprise, Sir, are you from the heaven region? How do you know about me, Kim people? Before this, he had been trying to find out Feng Qingyang's name and background. However, Feng Qingyang had ignored him. Now that Feng Qingyang had revealed that he was Kim people's man, he couldn't help but ask again. Seeing that you're Kim people's man, I'll tell you. Yes, I used to be from the heaven region, but I haven't been back for a long time. However, I have a few friends with you Kim people. Ling Taichu is my brother. Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. Chapter 1559. Ling Taichu was ranked in the top 20 on the Kim people's sovereign list. He was only 2 generations younger than the Kim people's forefather, Ling Hongyu, and could be considered as an ancestor of the Kim people. This genius, who was once known as Ling Hongyu, went to the extraterrestrial lands after he entered the sovereign list. He had not returned for many years. Ling Zhao had learned some information about this ancestor from the clan's genealogical records. He did not expect to meet a top-notch supreme martial artist who knew one of his forefathers here. This was an unexpected gain. So you are acquainted with my Taichu forefather. This must be fate. Ling Zhao said warmly. It would be a good thing if he could find out the whereabouts of his forefather from Feng Qingyang. Perhaps this forefather had a Genesis stone of other attributes, which could speed up the process of rescuing his forefather, Ling Hongyu. That's right. This is fate. However, you are really strange, kid. You have cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. I'm impressed that you have reached your current realm. Also, the divine headband on your head is a treasure. I never thought that it would see the light of day again. I hope you won't let it go down the same path again. Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. His wise eyes seemed to have seen through all of Ling Zhao's secrets. Ling Zhao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. I only found out about this by chance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, That's right, my lord, since you are my ancestor's brother, I should at least know your name, right? It's too impolite to keep calling you lord. Well, since you say so, then this old man will tell you. This old man is called Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang said proudly. Feng Qingyang's name was well known in the extraterrestrial lands. There were not many people who did not know about him. Indeed, when Feng Qingyang said his name, Ling Zhao's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. His face was filled with an exaggerated expression. Feng Qingyang. These 3 words were like thunder in Ling Zhao's ears. Ever since Ling Zhao came to the heaven domain, he had a basic understanding of the famous figures, including the names of the Senjin of Goguryeo and the top 100 supreme martial artists on the sovereign list. Feng Qingyang was one of the top 10 experts on the sovereign list. His ranking was even higher than Ling Taichu's, and he had become famous much earlier than Ling Taichu. He could be considered an ancient character from the same era as his forefather, Ling Hongyu. Of course, it wasn't because Ling Zhao had heard about Feng Qingyang like a thunderclap. It was because the incipient God realm experts in outer space that he had absorbed all had Feng Qingyang's name and information. Among all the gangs on the East Domain Road, the famous Qingfeng Alliance was founded by Feng Qingyang. He had made it flourish and become one of the top alliances on the East Domain Road. It could be said that the Qingfeng Alliance was an overlord force on the East Domain Road. It was much stronger than the Red Snake Gang. As its leader, Feng Qingyang's fame had spread far and wide. There were only a few people who did not know of him. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was so surprised when he heard the name Feng Qingyang. This was a top character who was known as the God of Wind. He did not expect that he would travel with him for 2 months, and he even called him a gossipy woman. If others knew about this, they would probably be struck to death by lightning. This kind of top expert was not someone that others could fawn on even if they wanted to, and he even called him a gossipy woman. He deserved to be struck by lightning. Hee, Kid Ling, are you proud to know me? Feng Qingyang smiled while stroking his white beard. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and flattered, "Oh, it's Senior Feng. This kid's respect for you is like a surging river that never stops flowing." Kid, you do have good eyes. Otherwise, you would be a bastard," Feng Qingyang said. Then, he added, "I just asked you, do you want to join our Qingfeng Alliance? With your capabilities, you might be able to make a name for yourself in no time. At that time, we'll give you the position of Deputy Alliance Leader to play with. Who would dare to challenge you in this region? A Deputy Leader to play with?" Ling Xiao whispered. The Deputy Leader of the Qingfeng Alliance was a position that many high-level Supreme Masters and even Peak Supreme Masters wanted to play with, but none of them had the fortune to do so. He didn't expect this old man to think so highly of him. Feng Qingyang thought that Ling Xiao would agree, but Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Feng. This kid has important matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to join any alliance. Do you think that joining the Qingfeng Alliance will make you a betrayer of the Kim people? Do you know that this Qingfeng Alliance was founded by me and your ancestor, Ling Taichu? That guy left just like that, and we don't even know where he went after so many years. We have to find a successor for him, right? You just happen to know my storm movement technique, and you're also that guy's descendant. If you're really willing to stay, the position of Qingfeng Alliance's leader might be yours in the future. The outer domain is different from the heaven domain. If you join the Qingfeng Alliance, your clansmen will only be happier. They won't stop you. Once you have a firm foothold in the Qingfeng Alliance, your Jin clansmen will be protected by the Qingfeng Alliance if they want to travel this domain path. Wouldn't that be much safer?" Feng Qingyang said non-stop. It was obvious that he was sincere in inviting Ling Xiao to stay and join the Qingfeng Alliance. After all, he could see that Ling Xiao had great potential, so much so that even a top-notch Supreme Master like him admired him. If Ling Xiao were to join them, when Ling Xiao reached the same level as him, he would definitely become another top-notch figure in the outer domain. Just like what Feng Qingyang had said, the reason he was trying so hard to invite Ling Xiao was not only because of his admiration for Ling Xiao, but also because of Ling Taichu. Ling Xiao understood that what Feng Qingyang said made a lot of sense. After thinking for a while, he decided that it wouldn't be good to reject Feng Qingyang's request, so he said, "Kid, I can join the Qingfeng Alliance, but I can't do anything for the Alliance for the time being. I still need to find my brothers and finish my mission as soon as possible. Everything else can wait until I'm done. Otherwise, I can only apologize." There are so many people on the East Domain Road who want to join the Qingfeng Alliance, but you still want to bargain with me? You're really the first person I've seen in the past 10,000 years. Feng Qingyang laughed and said, "All right, for Taichu's sake, I'll let you join us. You can also use all the connections in the Alliance to do whatever you want, as long as you don't lose any of the Alliance's benefits. Also, you'll have to pay the others in the Alliance to do things for you. I'll have someone explain these things to you slowly. Come, let's go to the Alliance's headquarters to have a look." Having said that, he flew towards the blue moon space. Ling Xiao kept the Supreme Master puppets, then jumped onto the ghost and chased after Feng Qingyang with the transformed dragon fifth. He hadn't recovered yet, so there was no way he could compete with this old man in terms of speed. Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyang into the blue moon space. The environment here was indeed much better than in the heaven realm, and the Genesis energy was much purer and denser. It was no wonder that so many Supreme Masters didn't want to return after leaving the heaven realm. There were many ancient mountain ranges, many cities inhabited by humans, and countless treasures of heaven and earth. There was no lack of them in this kind of space. This was the place where the Outlanders lived and lived. Most of them had descendants of the Supreme Master bloodline living here. Their strength was much stronger than that of the heaven realm, but their population was much smaller than that of the heaven realm. Most of the people here had the blood of the people of the heaven realm flowing in their veins, but that was tens of thousands of years ago. They would no longer consider themselves to be people of the heaven realm. Many alliance sects had built their camps here, and the Qingfeng Alliance was the most powerful alliance sect in the Blue Moon space. The territory established by the Qingfeng Alliance was extremely vast and grand, and the castle-like city halls were exceptionally noble. Every cultivator who came and went looked majestic and extraordinary. When they saw Feng Qingyang appear in the sky above this place, someone immediately exclaimed, "The Alliance Master has returned. Welcome back, Alliance Master." After the voice rang out, countless sounds of jubilation immediately rang out in the area, showing just how lofty Feng Qingyang's status was here. "Little Ling, what do you think of this old man?" Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao praised, "Very powerful, very good. No wonder everyone on the domain path respects the Qingfeng Alliance so much." At least you know what's good for you, kid. Don't you feel proud to join the Qingfeng Alliance now?" Feng Qingyang laughed. "Hee hee." Ling Xiao chuckled and nodded his head lightly in response. To be honest, he really had no interest in joining any forces, but he didn't want to offend Feng Qingyang, so he agreed to join the heaven realm first. Although there were countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Outlanders, he still wanted to go back to the heaven realm and live there. Now, his goal had become somewhat different. He wanted to reach the peak, but he didn't necessarily have to go to other places to survive. He wanted to stay by his family's side forever, and he didn't want to be separated from them again. All these years of life and death adventures had made him feel tired and tired. "It seems like you still don't mean what you say, kid. But don't worry, you'll slowly understand that it's hard to travel in the domain path without a force to rely on," Feng Qingyang said, and brought Ling Xiao to the Alliance Master's main hall. Those who saw Ling Xiao, who came with Feng Qingyang, were all filled with curiosity and envy. They were all curious about who this young man was to be personally received by their Alliance Master. Under normal circumstances, only the top figures would be qualified to receive such treatment. What did this young man do to deserve such treatment? Ling Xiao did not expect that he would bump into an old acquaintance in the Qingfeng League with Feng Qingyang, and even stir up some trouble. Chapter 1560. Inside the main hall of the hegemon of the Green Wind League. Feng Qingyang sat on the hegemon's seat. Below him were several incipient God Realm experts who had concealed their strength. They were the first batch of elders who had founded the Green Wind League together with Feng Qingyang. Two of them were even the deputy hegemons. They were very curious about Ling Xiao, who had just been brought back. They were suspicious. Is this kid the illegitimate son of the hegemon? Or is he a newly recruited disciple? If Ling Xiao heard this, he would have been struck by lightning on the spot. "Come, let me introduce him to you. This kid is the descendant of Brother Tai Chu. He's Ling Xiao from the Kim people of the Heaven Territory. He's an interesting kid I met in the stormy space. From now on, I will let him join our Green Wind League. You guys should take care of him." Feng Qingyang introduced to the others. After listening to Feng Qingyang's introduction, the few old men present were intrigued. They and Feng Qingyang were also from the Heaven Territory. However, they hadn't gone back for many years. Firstly, they had nothing to worry about there. Secondly, they had gotten used to living in the Blue Moon space. Recently, many incipient God Realm experts had come out of the Heaven Territory. However, only Ling Xiao was worthy for their hegemon to bring back. Moreover, he was the descendant of their brother Ling Tai Chu. Therefore, they were much more enthusiastic. One of them, an old man named Ning Qinggang, seemed to be much friendlier to Ling Xiao. He even asked Feng Qingyang to come and explain some of the rules of the alliance to Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyang understood Ning Qinggang's intention. He nodded and agreed to Ning Qinggang's request. "Kid, you can talk to me. You should familiarize yourself with the environment here," Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao followed Ning Qingang to apply for a badge to show his identity in the league. That way, he could move freely in the league. At the same time, he could contact any of the allies and companions in the league through the territory roads. Inside or outside the alliance, no matter who asked someone to do something, they had to pay enough money or owe a favor. In the future, when someone needed help, you would have to help them on behalf of your ally. In short, in an alliance or a gang, people could help and support each other, but it was only under the drive of benefits. Otherwise, no one would help for no reason, and very few people would contribute selflessly. Unless he had already become a high-ranking member of the alliance, like Ning Qingang, who was already a deputy alliance leader, he could rely on his prestige to directly order other supremes to do things for him unconditionally. Of course, when the members of their alliance were in danger, no matter what the situation was, they had to do their best to help their allies. This was the most basic rule of an ally. If they couldn't do this, they would immediately be punished by everyone in the alliance. These were all things that Ning Qingang had told Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had also obtained this information from the memories of the members of the Red Snake Society. After listening to what Ning Qingang had said, it could be said that he understood the similarities and differences between the rules of the alliance between the two forces. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ning Qingang was so friendly to him. Such a small matter could have just been arranged by one or two people to inform him. Why did he have to trouble the deputy alliance leader to come personally? Ning Qingang also saw the puzzled look in Ling Xiao's eyes. He immediately smiled and said, "Ling Xiao, do you think that I'm being too friendly to you?" Ling Xiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "How could that be? I just don't dare to trouble Deputy Alliance Leader Ning for such a small matter. Hee, if it was someone else, I naturally wouldn't care, but you are the descendant of Big Brother, Tai Chu. As an old man, I naturally have to take care of you. I won't hide it from you. If it wasn't for Big Brother, Tai Chu, there wouldn't be me, Ning Qingang, and I wouldn't have what I have today. Big Brother, Tai Chu, is not only my sworn brother, but also my savior many times, so it's nothing for me to do something for you. Also, if you think that an old man like me is okay, you can call me Elder Ning or Old Master. I don't mind. In the future, even if Boss Feng doesn't protect you, I will definitely protect you." Ning Qingang revealed a nostalgic look and smiled faintly. From his words, it could be heard that his respect and gratitude for Ling Tai Chu came from the bottom of his heart. After listening to Ning Qinggang's words, Ling Xiao finally understood why Ning Qingang was so warm to him. It turned out that it was also for the sake of his old ancestor. Ling Xiao asked, "Ning, Elder Ning, do you know where my old ancestor, Tai Chu, is now?" When Ning Qingang heard that Ling Xiao didn't call him Old Master, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He shook his head and replied, "I also don't know where he went. I haven't heard any news of him for many years." After a pause, he said, "At that time, he said that he wanted to go to the end of the outer realm and travel through many terrifying spaces in the outer realm to seek the final breakthrough." Seek the final breakthrough? Is there a realm above the supremacy stage? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He didn't expect his old ancestor to be so valiant and have such great courage. If he wanted to go to the end of the outer realm, he would have to travel through many dangerous spaces. As far as Ling Xiao knew, his old ancestor was still alive. He was once known as the #1 young genius in the clan, but this title had been surpassed by him, Ling Xiao. There is no limit to martial arts. Who dares to say that the supremacy stage is the peak? These are not things you can come into contact with for the time being. When you reach our realm, you will understand that there should be even stronger existences above us. Ning Chengang sighed lightly. Then, he said, I will bring you around the alliance so that you can familiarize yourself with the environment. At the same time, if you have anything you want to do, you can tell me. I will ask the others to help you keep an eye out. Ling Xiao thanked him and told Ning Chengang about finding Yuan Zhantian. He asked Ning Chengang to arrange for people to search for Yuan Zhantian. The Blue Moon space was not small. Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian to wait for him here, but he didn't specify the specific location. It would not be easy to find him. Of course, he and Yuan Zhantian also left their auras. As long as they were not too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the Blue Moon space, he didn't feel this way. He suspected that Yuan Zhantian had already left the Blue Moon space and went to another place. In any case, it was better to let the Qingfeng Alliance's people look for him first. Ling Xiao stayed in the Qingfeng Alliance for 2 days and was basically familiar with the environment. However, he kept his distance from the people here. He didn't want to get to know anyone in depth, and he didn't want to stay here forever. It was just that he had no intention of interacting too much with the people here. Sometimes, he couldn't help it. This was because he suddenly saw a familiar figure, but he couldn't remember who it was. That person wasn't alone. There were a few people following behind her, and they seemed to be rushing to the outer domain. However, Ling Xiao guessed that the people chasing behind her were trying to stop her from leaving, and not to accompany her. These people came from the Qingfeng Alliance, so they should be members of the Qingfeng Alliance. However, he didn't know what kind of dispute they had. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them immediately. He muttered, I won't meet her here, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence. They rushed out of the Blue Moon space's barrier one after another and reached the outer domain. Meanwhile, the familiar figure of Ling Xiao was surrounded by the people chasing after him. Little junior sister, why did you leave without telling us? Don't you remember Uncle Master's instructions? From now on, you can live here with peace of mind. Don't think about returning to your homeland. The leader of the group of people was a handsome young man. He wore an evil smile as he looked at the woman in the middle. This young man wore a green robe, and he had an extraordinary bearing. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted an evil aura. This man had the power of mid-level incipient god realm. He was Yu Zhaofeng, the young disciple of Ling Fengyi, the deputy hegemon of the Qingfeng Alliance. Yu Zhaofeng had the title of Little Wind God. He used to receive guidance from hegemon Feng Qingyang and had learned some of the essence of the storm body technique. In the Qingfeng Alliance, he was the #1 playboy. Whether it was his appearance or the force behind him, he was the Prince Charming in many young girls' dreams. The woman he stopped was a stunning beauty. She had perfectly matched facial features and a devilish figure that all women envied. No matter how one looked at it, it was easy for any man to prostrate himself under her skirt. However, she wore a stern face, and a cold aura kept people 1,000 miles away. She was like a proud snow plum flower that admired herself. If Ling Xiao had chased after her, he would have recognized her as Lu Piapiao, whom he had met in the chaotic burial space. She used to be the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region. When she had parted with Ling Xiao, she had only been at the peak of Sinjin of Goguryeo. But now, she had reached the low-level Supreme Master realm. But why was Lu Piapiao in the Blue Moon space? Get out of my way. You don't need to care about my business. Lu Piapiao shouted at Yu Zhaofeng coldly. How dare you speak to senior brother Yu like that? Why aren't you obediently listening to senior brother Yu and returning with us? That's right. Don't put on airs just because you're pretty. It's your good fortune that senior brother Yu likes you. Yeah, senior brother Yu is doing this for your own good. If you go back alone, I'm afraid you will be raped and killed by those pirates before you reach your homeland. Senior brother Yu is too soft-hearted. If it were someone else, he would have taken her down long ago. Why would he waste his breath on her? These people all talked at once, all trying to curry favor with Yu Zhaofeng. There were 8 people on Yu Zhaofeng's side. He and 2 other people were mid-level Supreme Masters, while the other 5 were low-level Supreme Masters. They all followed Yu Zhaofeng and tried their best to curry favor with Ling Fengyi, the Deputy Alliance Master's favorite disciple. Lu Piapiao ignored these people's words and directly charged past them. Chapter 1561. Lu Piapiao was only a low-level Supreme Master at Incipient God Realm. However, her speed was infinitely close to that of a middle-level Supreme Master. She wanted to break through directly. Unfortunately, Yu Zhaofeng was called Little Wind God. His power and speed were naturally far above Lu Piapiao's. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Lu Piapiao's way. "Junior sister, you should know that martial uncle intends to marry you to me. If you leave like this, I will be very sad. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude," Lu Piapiao said as a cold sword appeared in her hand. She pointed at Yu Zhaofeng. Her frosty expression was filled with incomparable determination. "Senior brother Yu, why are you being so polite with her? This woman thinks too highly of herself. She dares to be arrogant in front of you with such little power. She really doesn't know what's good for her," a low-level Supreme Master said with jealousy. This woman's power and appearance were excellent. However, there was still a big gap between her and Lu Piapiao. It was no wonder that she disliked Lu Piapiao. Her eyes were full of resentment. If Yu Zhaofeng wanted to make a move, he would have done so long ago. Only he knew Lu Piapiao's identity. He had to be careful. However, Lu Piapiao made the first move before he did. "Get out of my way." As she shouted coldly, the divine sword in her hand slashed at Yu Zhaofeng's head. Many wind blades and turbulent currents instantly accompanied it. Lu Piapiao was merciless. She had already used her full strength. Yu Zhaofeng frowned. His figure flashed and he dodged Lu Piapiao's attack. Of course, Lu Piapiao did not think that she could hurt Yu Zhaofeng. She only wanted to force him to recognize the way so that she could leave immediately. "Junior sister, you are too insensible," Yu Zhaofeng said. Then, he said in a low voice, "Bring her back." As his voice fell, the others once again chased after Lu Piapiao. No matter how fast Lu Piapiao was, she could not outrun a middle-level Supreme Master. She was immediately entangled. The others chased after her and used the space seal at the same time. They suppressed her until she could not move. It was impossible for her to escape. "Let me go. I have nothing to do with you. Let me go," Lu Piapiao shouted angrily. "Bitch, since you have joined our Qingfeng alliance, you have to listen to senior brother Yu. Let me teach you a lesson now. Don't think that you are great just because you have a bit of beauty," the woman who was jealous of Lu Piapiao scolded. She raised her hand and tried to wrap it around Lu Piapiao's palm. "Pa!" But before her hand could fall on Lu Piapiao's face, her face was covered by another hand. She was sent flying, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Zhaofeng slapped the woman away and shouted, "It's not your turn to teach her a lesson." The woman covered her face and did not dare to breathe. She looked at Lu Piapiao with even more jealousy. "What's so good about this bitch? Senior brother Yu is so protective of her," the woman scolded in her heart. Yu Zhaofeng looked at Lu Piapiao and said, "Junior sister, there is a limit to my patience. Your master has already made an agreement with my master. When she returns, you will marry me. If you leave without saying goodbye, how are you going to explain it to your master? You will make me very sad. Come back with me, okay?" Yu Zhaofeng looked at Lu Piapiao affectionately. His melancholic eyes could indeed charm many women. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was the icy beauty, Lu Piapiao. She directly ignored him and said rudely, "My master is my master. Moreover, she has never said such words to me. Let go of me. I will not marry you even if I die. Give up on this idea." Yu Zhaofeng was once again rejected by Lu Piapiao. His handsome face became ferocious as he said, "Do you really want to force my master to do it before you are willing to go back with me? Senior brother, you is right. This woman needs to be ked. If you subdue her and let her know how powerful you are, she will definitely be very obedient." A rough-looking supreme martial artist echoed from the side. Another person laughed lewdly and said, "Yes, women are all like this. Before they are ked, they look like fairies. After they are ked, they become extremely slutty." Lu Piapiao's face turned livid when she heard their obscene words. If not for her limited strength, she would have killed all of them. She truly regretted coming here to cultivate with her master. Originally, she wanted to wait for her master to return before returning to the heaven domain, but she suddenly received a wanted notice, causing her to impatiently want to leave the blue moon space to search for the wanted person. The wanted notice was naturally released by the Red Snake Society, and the wanted person was Ling Xiao. She did not know that Ling Xiao had come to the blue moon space 2 days ago and had even visited the Qingfeng Alliance. She did not know that she had just brushed past Ling Xiao. Yu Zhaofeng had already lost his patience and said, "Little junior sister, do you want to go back with me voluntarily, or do you want to wait for me to consummate my marriage before taking you back like they said? Kill me if you can." Lu Piapiao shouted unyieldingly. "It seems that you have chosen the latter." Yu Zhaofeng's handsome face finally became frightening. This was the darkest side of his handsome appearance. He had never failed to get the woman he wanted, and today was no exception. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Piapiao's chest with one hand. He planned to let Lu Piapiao have a taste of his dragon claws. Lu Piapiao felt a surge of shame and anger in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were burning. "If you touch me, I will make you wish you were dead." "I don't just want to touch you, I want to *CKU. Yu Zhaofeng had already lost his mind. He laughed sinisterly and his hand was almost in front of Lu Piapiao's clothes. Yu Zhaofeng's eyes lit up and he was about to drool. He had waited for this day for a long time. Although the people around them were using their strength to suppress Lu Piapiao, all the men's mouths were dry. They all wanted to see Lu Piapiao's impressive figure in front of them. However, at this moment, a strong wind swept over. At the same time, a dragon's roar exploded. "Get your filthy hand off me." This voice was like the roar of a real dragon. It shook the heavens and the earth. Countless spaces were also shattered by this voice. Yu Zhaofeng, who was about to touch Lu Piapiao's chest, was caught off guard and was sent flying by this terrifying sound wave. His facial features instantly overflowed with blood. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He only felt dizzy and his head was about to explode. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. The other people who were using their auras to suppress Lu Piapiao were directly shaken to the point that their chi and blood surged and they were all sent flying. The power of this roar was so terrifying. This showed how powerful and terrifying the person who had come was. There were not many people who could roar like a dragon. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could be near the blue moon space? Just now in the blue moon space, he only felt that the figure was familiar. For a moment, he did not dare to confirm if it was Lu Piapiao, whom he had not seen for many years. He did not want to chase after her. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was Lu Piapiao. After some hesitation, he still chased after her. If it was not her, then it was fine. After all, there was no loss. Unexpectedly, when he chased after her, who else could it be but Lu Piapiao? He saved Lu Piapiao's life in the disorderly burial space and brought her out of the disorderly burial space. She also followed him for a period of time. To be honest, no man could resist Lu Piapiao's unparalleled beauty. Ling Xiao was no exception. He still had a good impression of her. However, she was too cold and it was difficult to get close to her. However, this did not hinder the friendship between Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Now that he saw his former friend being humiliated, how could Ling Xiao not be angry? With this roar, a real golden dragon rushed to Lu Piapiao's side and protected her in front of him. "Sister, are you okay? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao with a worried expression and asked softly. Lu Piapiao was still suffering from the shock of the roar. However, this voice was like a magical sound that soothed all the discomfort in her body. She stared blankly at the dignified figure in front of her. Looking at that handsome and charming face, she felt that it was so unreal. When this man parted ways with her, he was only a middle-stage divine king. Decades had passed. She did not think that he could really cross so many levels and catch up with her current realm. Previously, when she heard that Ling Xiao was being chased on the region path, she suspected that it was fake. She came out this time just to confirm her suspicions. She did not really want to return to the heaven region. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of her. It seemed so unreal. Is this true? Lu Piapiao, who had always been calm, murmured softly. She stretched out her jade-like delicate hand and touched Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao thought that Lu Piapiao was too frightened. Thus, he gently held her hand and pressed it on his cheek. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I didn't expect that sister has already gone to the extraterritorial domain. No wonder I have never heard any news about you in the heaven region. You really made me miss you so much." Lu Piapiao felt the heat from Ling Xiao's palm. When she touched Ling Xiao's resolute face, she realized that everything was true. She inexplicably felt an unprecedented warmth and sweetness in her heart. This man, who was younger than her, was her savior. Otherwise, she would have become a female corpse devil, and he was also the first man that she had a good impression of, making her willingly follow by his side for a period of time. Originally, she wanted to repay his kindness. However, he did not disrespect her in any way. Before she left, he even gave her supreme divine materials, which gave her the opportunity to break through. Just as Lu Piapiao was thinking about the past, Yu Zhaofeng, who was behind Ling Xiao, had already recovered. He said coldly, "Bastard, I don't care who you are. Die." Chapter 1562. Yu Zhaofeng was caught off guard and injured by the sneak attack. Then, he saw Lu Piapiao being intimate with the man who had just arrived. An inexplicable jealousy flared up in him. He roared angrily and turned into a gust of green wind. He slapped at the back of Ling Xiao's head. He wanted to blow up Ling Xiao with one move. At this moment, Lu Piapiao also came back to her senses. She screamed, "Be careful." Then, she pushed Ling Xiao away to block this fatal blow for Ling Xiao. However, she was only a low-level Supreme Master. Facing Yu Zhaofeng's mid-level aura, she already felt extremely suffocated. Just as Yu Zhaofeng's attack was about to reach her, Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao behind him. At the same time, he faced Yu Zhaofeng's palm. Bang! The battle between the two supreme beings rumbled, and powerful shockwaves rang out, causing the entire space around them to tremble. In everyone's opinion, Yu Zhaofeng's furious attack would definitely kill Ling Xiao on the spot. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the low level. Even if he had reached the peak of the low level, there was still a huge gap between him and a mid-level Supreme Master. However, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Yu Zhaofeng being sent flying by the impact. In any place, there were many super geniuses who could fight beyond their realms. However, at the incipient God realm, there was a massive gap between each realm. Even the supernatural geniuses didn't have the competence to fight beyond their realms. Even if they could, they had to rely on some high-grade divine weapons or some rare secret techniques to do so. Furthermore, Yu Zhaofeng was the youngest disciple of their deputy leader, Ling Fengyi. He was also the one most favored to be his successor. It was rare for him to meet an opponent of the same level. However, he had been sent flying in a head-on clash with an opponent who was weaker than him. What did this mean? Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, felt it the most. She could feel that the momentum that Ling Xiao suddenly burst out was not much weaker than the pressure that her master gave her. It was not in line with the strength that he seemed to have on the surface. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Zhaofeng disdainfully and said, I haven't even settled the score with you, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know your place. Although Yu Zhaofeng was a mid-level supremacy, he hadn't reached the late stage or peak supremacy realm. He wasn't much of a threat to Ling Xiao. It was the same for the other people here. Without a high-level supreme being, they were not worthy of him looking at them directly. Let's go. Lu Piapiao pulled Ling Xiao and said. She knew that Yu Zhaofeng had a powerful backer. Even if Ling Xiao was powerful, he couldn't go against the Qingfeng alliance. If her master was in the Qingfeng alliance, even Yu Zhaofeng wouldn't have the guts to treat her like this. However, her master had left after bringing her here and hadn't returned for many years. She couldn't even protect herself now and naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to have a falling out with Yu Zhaofeng. However, even if Ling Xiao was willing to let it go, Yu Zhaofeng wasn't willing to let it go. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Surround them. Yu Zhaofeng steadied himself and roared angrily. He had just exchanged blows with Ling Xiao and knew that the kid in front of him was not weaker than him. In fact, the kid was much stronger than him. However, he wasn't afraid. He had more people on his side. Wouldn't they be able to deal with them? Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Qingfeng alliance. As long as he gave the order, he could summon many helpers to torture and kill him. Therefore, he naturally wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he wanted to treat Ling Xiao well and let him know the consequences of offending him. The other 7 people came back to their senses and calmed their frightened hearts. They surrounded Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao one by one and locked onto their auras. Once Yu Zhaofeng gave the order, they would make sure that the boy in front of them died without a burial place. Kid, you don't know who our senior brother Yu is. How dare you offend him? Don't even think about leaving here today. That's right. You actually dared to fight with our senior brother Yu for a woman. You must be tired of living. Why don't you ask about the reputation of the Qingfeng alliance? If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender. Maybe senior brother Yu will let you go. How can we let him go? It's good to turn him into a puppet. He looks like he's quite strong. Hey, why is that kid wearing our Qingfeng alliance's badge? Could it be that he's also from our Qingfeng union? That shouldn't be the case. I don't think I've seen him before. They first insulted Ling Xiao, but when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest, they realized that he was their ally. Lu Piapiao and Yu Zhaofeng were both surprised when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest. You. When did you become a member of the Qingfeng alliance? Lu Piapiao asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, just 2 days ago. I just arrived at the Blue Moon space and happened to see you coming out. I thought I recognized the wrong person. That's great. They won't dare to touch you. Lu Piapiao cried out with a rare smile. Seeing Lu Piapiao's charming smile, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim absent-mindedly, Sister, you're so beautiful. You should smile more in the future. Lu Piapiao was slightly stunned. Then, a rare blush appeared on her delicate face and she said, Don't say that. She didn't know why, but a trace of warmth flowed through her frozen heart. It made her feel exceptionally comfortable and happy. Yu Zhaofeng watched the boy flirt with Lu Piapiao and a burst of jealousy and anger erupted. Little junior sister, come over here. Your master has already agreed to marry you to me. You are my fiancé. Get over here. Yu Zhaofeng roared at Lu Piapiao. Who's your fiancé? My master never told me about this. Don't flatter yourself. Let me tell you, my master is the Alliance Master's sister. The Alliance Master has already returned. If you dare to touch us, I will definitely ask the Alliance Master for justice. At that time, even if you are the Deputy Alliance Master's disciple, you will still be sentenced to death. What's more, he is also a member of our Qingfeng alliance. Allies cannot kill each other. You should know this very well. Lu Piapiao said sternly to Yu Zhaofeng. To be honest, it's really hard to say if your master is the Alliance Master's sister. She hasn't been acknowledged by the Alliance Master. Moreover, don't you know that the Alliance Master has not been involved in worldly affairs for many years? It's my master who is managing the Qingfeng Alliance. Even if I kill this new recruit, who will punish me? You are too naive. Yu Xiaofeng sneered disdainfully. Then, he said to the others, since he doesn't know what's good for him, take him down. I want to teach him a lesson. He's just a low-level fellow. Let me take him down. As soon as Yu Xiaofeng finished speaking, a middle-level supreme martial artist volunteered and shouted. With that, he slashed at Ling Xiao with a sickle. He used all his strength in his first move and showed no mercy. It could be seen that he really wanted Ling Xiao's life. You want to deal with me with this bit of strength? Too naive. Ling Xiao said faintly. He pulled Lu Piapiao and instantly dodged that person's move. His speed was so fast that even Yu Xiaofeng almost couldn't catch him. That middle-level supreme martial artist was extremely shocked when his move missed. He had already sensed that Ling Xiao was extraordinary from Ling Xiao's attack just now. Therefore, he had not been careless at the beginning and used all his strength to attack Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, his opponent was so powerful. He was clearly just a low-level martial artist, but he actually had the speed to dodge his attack. This was not something that an ordinary low-level supreme martial artist could do, even if he had the wind attribute. Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, was even more curious about why Ling Xiao was so powerful. However, she was not in the mood to think so much. She immediately said, let's leave this place quickly. The faster, the better. Lu Piapiao wanted to pull Ling Xiao away, but Ling Xiao did not move. He pulled her back and said, don't worry, I'm here. They won't be able to do anything. How arrogant. If you're so capable, take one move from me. That middle-level supreme martial artist roared angrily and once again chased after Ling Xiao. The power of this strike had truly reached his limit, and it was extremely domineering. Who do you think you are? I'm afraid that you'll die immediately if I take one move from you. Ling Xiao's tone was extremely arrogant. After he shouted in shock, he let go of Lu Piapiao's hand and faced the middle-level supreme martial artist head-on. Lu Piapiao screamed behind him, Ling Xiao, don't be rash. However, Ling Xiao was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He had long stopped listening to her cries. Hee, die for me. That middle-level supreme martial artist let out a proud and sinister cry, and his scythe ruthlessly slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. A low-level supreme martial artist dared to fight him head-on. He had fallen into his trap and wanted to kill him in one move. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. Every part of Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a middle-level ancient god artifact. The middle-level supreme martial artist in front of him had extraordinary strength, but the weapon in his hand was an ordinary ancient god artifact. How overbearing was the power of Ling Xiao's attack? How could that middle-level supreme martial artist block it? Ling Xiao's golden fist directly collided with the middle-level supreme martial artist's sickle. Clang! An incomparably crisp sound rang out, and a breathtaking power burst forth. That ancient god artifact, the sickle, was actually broken by Ling Xiao. That middle-level supreme martial artist was shocked. Without thinking, he hurriedly retreated. However, how could Ling Xiao let him get what he wanted? Ling Xiao increased his speed and continued to push his fist forward. A dragon fist shadow went straight for the middle-level supreme martial artist's chest. Bang! Pfft! That middle-level supreme martial artist was immediately sent flying. His chest was blasted open by Ling Xiao's fist, and his internal organs splattered out. It was an extremely horrifying and disgusting sight. However, Ling Xiao's attack was not over yet. Instead, it was just the beginning. Trash like you, I'll kill 100 of you if 100 of you come. If 1,000 of you come, I'll kill 1,000 of you. Ling Xiao let out a startled cry and leaped forward. His golden fists blasted towards the retreating mid-level supreme martial artist without holding back. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. That middle-level supreme martial artist did not even have a chance to escape. His divine body was immediately smashed by Ling Xiao's golden dragon fist shadows. Before the surrounding people could regain their senses, Ling Xiao had already grabbed the middle-level supreme martial artist's head. He laughed coldly and said, "All of you, come at me together. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 1563. Bang! As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the head of the middle-level supreme martial artist was forcefully turned into a pool of blood by Ling Xiao's palm. His soul tried to escape, but it was immediately sucked into the dragon phoenix divine hoop by Ling Xiao, becoming fertilizer for his soul power. All of this happened in an instant. Before everyone could recover from their shock, a middle-level supreme martial artist had disappeared right in front of them. Not even a trace of his soul was left. When they saw this scene, all of them were fiercely shocked. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They had seen many experts on this domain path, and they had also seen many killing methods. But now, they saw a low-level supreme martial artist kill a middle-level supreme martial artist in an instant. This was definitely the first time they had seen such a domineering and powerful freak. Even if there were some peerless geniuses in the past who could defeat someone stronger than them, it was impossible for them to kill someone so quickly. Moreover, Yi Xuan destroyed an ancient god tool with his bare hands. This was what shocked them the most. One could imagine how domineering and strong Ling Xiao's fists were. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across them, making their hair stand on end. "Bastard, how dare you kill Fu Chang? Let's join forces and kill them." Yu Zhaofeng was the first to recover from his shock and shouted. At the same time, he summoned his green wind beast and entered his most powerful offensive state. When the others heard his shout, they also summoned their holy beasts. Each of them held an ancient divine weapon and charged towards Ling Xiao. 7 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time, so their power was naturally extremely powerful. They destroyed a large area of the outer territory spatial seal. Boom, boom. However, as they attacked, Ling Xiao had already swept to Lu Piapiao's side. He used the storm body technique to its extreme and instantly brought her hundreds of thousands of miles away. He wasn't affected by the attacks at all. Don't even think about escaping. Everyone, chase after him. We must kill him. Yu Zhaofeng shouted and immediately led the others through space to attack. Quick, let's escape. No matter how powerful you are, you will still die if you offend the deputy chief Ling Fengyi after killing them. Lu Piapiao said to Ling Xiao anxiously. Vice Alliance Master Ling Yi? I just met him 2 days ago. I believe he won't do anything to me. Ling Xiao replied disapprovingly. With Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang backing him up, it was hard to say who was afraid of whom. Yu Zhaofeng and the others rushed over and wanted to surround Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao again. However, Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao and moved again. However, this time, he did not have to drag Lu Piapiao far away. He just wanted to pull her a little further away. His divine soul doppelganger instantly appeared and rushed toward the 7 of them, using a powerful move. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 5th move, Sky-Ripping Berserk Shadow. This move was a powerful move that was created to deal with group attacks. It was also a kick technique that was created to deal with the wind attribute. On top of that, Ling Xiao had already mastered the storm movement skill, so the power of this move had increased to a terrifying level. It directly caused the surrounding space to be turned upside down. Countless black storms carried with them an extremely terrifying corrosive power, causing people to be extremely afraid. 7 black storms came from 7 different directions and attacked continuously. The black wind blades were extremely dense and sharp. They were enough to turn anyone below the high-level supreme martial artist level into a pool of blood. Ah! Yu Zhaofeng and the others screamed in agony as they were suddenly cut up by the black wind blades. Their divine bodies continuously exploded. Even those who could withstand it could not withstand the strong corrosive force. Among these people, only Yu Zhaofeng was of the wind attribute. He could barely make use of Ling Zhao's speed to disintegrate the wind blades. This is the Black Storm. Who the hell is this kid? He's actually able to refine the most ferocious and difficult to refine Black Fiend wind. We must immediately inform the others to come out. Otherwise, they will definitely be killed by this kid. This is too hateful. Yu Zhaofeng used all his strength to fend off Ling Zhao's powerful black storms. There were already many shadows of legs on his body, causing him great pain. After a series of violent attacks, the divine bodies of a few low-level supreme martial artists exploded. Yu Zhaofeng and another middle-level supreme martial artist were in great pain from the corrosion of the black devilish wind. They were also heavily injured. Let's leave quickly. This kid will definitely not be able to escape the Qingfeng Alliance's pursuit. Yu Zhaofeng shouted without any sense of loyalty and was the first to escape. Yu Zhaofeng escaped, and so did the other middle-level supreme martial artist. The other low-level supreme martial artists also fled in panic with their injured bodies. Ling Xiao did not make them stay. Instead, he kept his divine soul doppelganger. He did not use his full strength in that attack just now. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to leave this place. This was because Lu Piapiao's words had made him feel apprehensive. No matter what, he had to give Deputy Chief Feng Yi some face. Otherwise, if he killed all of them, even if Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang protected him, these two old men would still make things difficult for him and hurt their brotherly relationship. Alright, they've left. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if they bring their army out, we will be in trouble. Lu Piapiao shouted again. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There's no hurry. I have some friendship with their chief and deputy chief. They won't be able to do anything to us." He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, sister, how did you come to this green moon space?" "It's a long story. Let's leave this place first." Lu Piapiao did not believe Ling Xiao's words. She pulled Ling Xiao and was about to leave. Ling Xiao held her hand and said, "If you don't believe me, let's go to the Qingfeng Alliance. Let's see what they can do to me." When Lu Piapiao heard Ling Xiao's extremely confident and sincere words, she looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "You're really not lying to me?" "Why would I lie to you?" "Come with me," Ling Xiao said. He pulled Lu Piapiao's delicate hand and flew back to the green moon space. He thought proudly in his heart, "Sister's hand is really smooth. It feels good to the touch. It's just a little cold." Lu Piapiao felt the warmth from Ling Xiao's thick palm. Her delicate face quietly turned red. She looked at Ling Xiao's increasingly mature and resolute face from the side. Her heart was beating fast. "It's so good to have him by my side." Lu Piapiao sighed in her heart. In the Qingfeng Alliance, Yu Zhaofeng and the others had already rushed back to their territory. A middle-aged man stood upright and looked at them. He said faintly, "Junior brothers, what's going on with you?" The middle-aged man in front of them was Yu Zhaofeng's disciple and also Ling Fengyi's son, Ling Mafeng. He had the strength of a high-level supreme martial artist and held great power in the Qingfeng Alliance. Eldest senior brother, we were plotted against by a little bastard. That little bastard can actually use the black demon wind. Its corrosive power is too strong. Eldest senior brother, please help us force it out," Yu Zhaofeng said with an extremely ugly expression. The power of the black demon wind that Ling Xiao had used was not very strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to return. They would have been completely corroded and even their divine souls would have collapsed. Ling Mafeng glanced at them and took the lead to grab Yu Zhaofeng. He forcefully sucked out the black demon wind from his body. The strength of a high-level supreme martial artist was extraordinary. It was not difficult to do this. Ling Mafeng sucked on the others one after another. There was already a thick ball of black demon wind in his hand. This black demon wind is the most difficult type of wind to refine. Someone actually had the opportunity to refine this type of wind. It is indeed an anomaly. Ling Mofeng said faintly. He shook his palm violently and turned the ball of black demon wind into nothingness. Yu Zhaofeng immediately said after swallowing the pill, yes, that little bastard is only at the peak of the low level, but he can fight against a mid-level supreme martial artist. He even killed Fu Chang instantly. Ling Mofeng snorted coldly. Humph, who is so daring to attack someone from the Qingfeng Alliance? Could it be that group of people? Yu Zhaofeng said, no, he seems to be a kid who just joined the Qingfeng Alliance. He actually wanted to kidnap our little junior sister. Ling Mofeng's expression darkened as he shouted, what? It's someone from our alliance? Yu Zhaofeng revealed a ferocious expression and said, that's right. Our alliance does not allow internal strife, but that little bastard did it in public. First senior brother will definitely capture that little bastard and tear him to pieces. Let's go. Let me see what kind of monster he is that so many of you can't deal with. How dare he ignore the rules of our alliance? Ling Mofeng said faintly. He took the lead and rushed out of the Qingfeng Alliance. Yu Zhaofeng and the others quickly chased after him. Yu Zhaofeng hurriedly said, eldest senior brother, are we not going to bring a few people? What? Are you afraid that you can't deal with that kid? Ling Mofeng was very displeased. No, I just think it's better to be cautious. That kid is too strange. He even has a clone with the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. It's better to be careful. Yu Zhaofeng understood his eldest senior brother's arrogance and spoke very carefully. So what if he's a high-level supreme martial artist? Do you really think I can't deal with him? Ling Mofeng was indeed very displeased. No, I just think. Yu Zhaofeng hurriedly waved his hands. Before he could finish, Ling Mofeng interrupted him. Enough. If I can't deal with him, then let's forget about this. Yu Zhaofeng didn't dare to say another word after being reprimanded by Ling Mofeng. Just as they were about to rush out of the Blue Moon Space's ninth heaven screen, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had returned a step earlier. Eldest senior brother, it's this little bastard. You must help us. Yu Zhaofeng's expression was panicked as he spoke to Ling Mofeng through Ling Xiao. The others all shrank behind Ling Mofeng. They looked at Ling Xiao with a rather fearful gaze. A low-level supreme martial artist who could fight them with his own strength was too abnormal. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Zhaofeng and the others and sneered. I'm kind enough to let you go, yet you still don't know what's good for you. Do you think I'll only feel satisfied if I kill you? Ling Xiao, don't be rash. Let me talk to eldest senior brother. Lu Piapiao hurriedly said. Then, she prepared to persuade Ling Mofeng. However, Ling Mofeng looked surprised. You're Ling Xiao who just joined? Chapter 1564. You know me? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Mofeng in surprise. When he came to the Azure Wind Alliance, there were indeed quite a number of people who saw him before. But the people who could call out his name were absolutely not many. Yu Zhaofeng and the others beside Ling Mofeng were even more surprised. They did not understand how their eldest senior brother knew this person. However, they were not afraid. They believed that even if their eldest senior brother knew this person, he would still protect them and avenge them. How can I not recognize the Alliance badge that the Alliance leader personally brought back and Deputy Alliance leader Ning personally arranged for you? Ling Mofeng laughed wildly and said, I am Ling Mofeng. My father, Ling Fengyi, I believe you have met him before. So it's the son of Deputy Alliance leader Ling. My apologies. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Ling Mofeng and said with a smile. He paused for a moment and said, by the way, Brother Ling, you are here to capture me, right? Do you know the reason? I have heard from my junior brother. Although you were brought back by the Alliance leader, you still have to be punished for breaking the Alliance rules. Ling Mofeng responded. Then, he glanced at his junior brother and said, however, I believe that Brother Ling will not cause trouble since you have just arrived. I am afraid that my junior brother has offended you. Junior brother, tell me the situation again and confront Brother Ling. No matter who is right or wrong, I will not forgive him. Yu Zhaofeng and the others did not expect their eldest senior brother to change his stance and settle the matter fairly. This was beyond their expectations. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell from Ling Immerse's words that Ling Zhao's background wasn't simple. He was able to attract the attention of the two leaders. It seemed like their plan had failed and they would be punished by Ling Immerse. This is a misunderstanding between little junior sister and I. This brother is here to persuade us. It is not a big deal. Yu Zhaofeng said awkwardly. No matter what, Yu Zhaofeng could not say that he wanted to rape Lu Piapiao. He also knew that his eldest senior brother was a fair person. Although he was sometimes very protective, he was also very reasonable at other times. What's more, the two people in front of him had great backgrounds. If Ling Xiao was a newcomer who had just entered without any background, his eldest senior brother would definitely not make such a decision. Is it really a misunderstanding? Ling Mofeng glared at Yu Zhaofeng. He understood his junior brother's character. At his current realm, he could not calm down at all. He had long heard of all the ridiculous things he had done. However, Yu Zhaofeng was the son of one of his father's deceased brothers. He was very fond of Yu Zhaofeng, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, since Ling Xiao had returned with the current alliance master, Feng Qingyang, and was warmly received by the deputy alliance master, Ning Qingang, it was only natural that he carried a lot of weight. He had heard from his father that Ling Xiao was the descendant of a senior who had founded the Qingfeng alliance with their alliance master in the past. He was an important person to be taken care of. Moreover, Lu Piapiao was the disciple of the alliance master's younger sister. Although she was recognized by the alliance master, his father already felt that it was most likely true. Just based on these connections, Ling Mofeng had to take care of him. At this time, Ling Xiao said, Brother Ling, let's forget about this matter. It should be considered a misunderstanding. After all, I have just joined the alliance and there are many things I don't understand. Please forgive me. After a pause, he said, Sister Piapiao and I are old acquaintances. It's just that we haven't seen each other for many years, so I'm a little excited. Please take care of us in the future. Well said. Since Brother Ling and junior sister are old acquaintances, it seems that you and our Qingfeng alliance are fated to meet. Why don't I be the host and have a good drink? Let's put this matter behind us. In the future, we will be allies and should help each other. Ling Mofeng knew that Ling Xiao didn't intend to pursue this matter and felt that Ling Xiao was quite broad-minded. He immediately suggested with a bright smile. Ling Xiao had just entered the Qingfeng alliance and didn't want to have a deep relationship with anyone. However, he didn't want to offend Ling Mofeng right now, so he immediately nodded and agreed. Ling Xiao also planned to bury the hatchet with Yu Zhaofeng and the others. It all depended on whether they would take the bait or not. With Ling Mofeng as the middleman, Yu Zhaofeng and the others restrained their arrogance. Besides, Ling Zhao's strength made them afraid, and his background also made them feel that they couldn't afford to offend him. It was better to be on good terms with him than to be at odds with him. After all, people who had reached their realm knew their limits. It was not something that could be solved with loyalty. Unless they thought that they could openly challenge the two alliance masters, perhaps they could act without looking at Ling Mofeng's face. Through their interactions, Ling Xiao had a good impression of Ling Mofeng. He felt that this person was very understanding of how to deal with people. His words were very steady, but he didn't lose his closeness. This made people feel that they weren't too distant. At the banquet, Yu Zhaofeng completely put down his pride and apologized to Lu Piapiao. This matter was considered to have been settled. After a round of drinking, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had settled the matter perfectly. They had also begun to integrate into the Qingfeng Alliance's circle. After the banquet, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao finally had some time alone. Lu Piapiao had a place to stay here. Ling Xiao followed her there and told her about some of what had happened over the years. Although Lu Piapiao was cold to others, she opened a topic for the first time when she saw Ling Xiao again. She briefly explained her situation. Ling Xiao knew that after the two of them had separated, Lu Piapiao had gone to find her master. Later, the master and disciple had reunited and she had been brought to the extraterritorial realm by her master. It was only then that she knew that her master was looking for her brother. She said that she had already heard the news. It turned out that it was the current leader of the Qingfeng Alliance, Feng Qingyang. Therefore, her master had planned to bring her to the Blue Moon space to seek shelter with her master's brother. However, after coming here, she found out that her master's brother had been traveling for many years and hadn't returned. In order to see her brother as soon as possible, her master had finally gone out with the people of the Qingfeng Alliance to inquire about the news and had yet to return. Then, she unintentionally heard the news that Ling Xiao was wanted. Therefore, she wanted to go out and inquire about it. That was how the subsequent events had happened. Subsequently, Lu Piapiao also asked about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also gave her a brief account of what had happened. Unintentionally, the relationship between the two had improved a lot. It was indeed a very happy thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land. By the way, why did you come to the extraterritorial realm this time? Don't tell me you just came out to train? Lu Piapiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao didn't mention why he came here. However, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't just want to break through the region path. I want to find the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything from Lu Piapiao and answered directly. Then, he sighed and said, "It's a pity that I don't have any clue." You want to find the Genesis Stone? This is something that any supreme martial artist would want. However, it's very difficult to find. It's a divine item that can only be found by chance. Lu Piapiao replied with a slight frown. Yes, but I must find it. I have a great use for it. Ling Xiao said very seriously. If he didn't receive any news from Yuan Zhantian, he would first rush to the 9-colored exquisite tree to help it eliminate the heaven-devouring locust and collect the wood Genesis Stone. What kind of Genesis Stone are you looking for? Lu Piapiao asked again. I want any kind of Genesis Stone. Of course, I lack the thunder, wind, light, dark, and wood Genesis stones. Ling Xiao replied. Lu Piapiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a big appetite. He actually wanted many kinds of Genesis stones. This was a rare divine item that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Do you think it's unrealistic? Actually, I think so too. However, no matter what, I have to collect them and wait to save people. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao, who was in a daze, and said with a bitter smile. Wait to save people? Lu Piapiao was even more confused now. She had never heard that the Genesis Stone could be used to save people. Let's not talk about this. I will leave in a few days. Do you have any plans? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao and asked. Ling Xiao hoped that Lu Piapiao could follow him and travel around. At the same time, they could improve their relationship and talk about life to kill time. However, his journey was full of danger. How could he let Lu Piapiao take the risk with him? He only thought about it in his heart. Lu Piapiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I want to wait here for my master to return before I plan to return to the heaven region. Now. I don't have any plans for the time being. She thought that since Ling Xiao wasn't in the heaven region, it was meaningless for her to return. She wanted to say that she wanted to travel with Ling Xiao, but she was too shy to say such words. It's actually good for people who have reached your realm to cultivate here. By the way, since the chief is your master's brother, have you seen him? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Lu Piapiao shook her head and said, No, I have been here for more than 10 years. The Alliance Master only returned recently. By the way, I heard from eldest senior brother that the Alliance Master came back with you. Is this true? Ling Xiao nodded and said, of course it's true. That old man is not bad. He's quite loyal. Don't say that. If others heard it, they would definitely punish you for being disrespectful. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, can you help me tell the chief something? Sure, say it. I can find Senior Feng at any time. Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and replied. Then help me tell him that Feng Lanling is looking for him. Tell him not to leave the alliance for a while. Lu Piapiao said very solemnly. Feng Lanling is your master? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's my master. I have already used a secret method to inform her. I believe she is already on her way back. I'm afraid that the chief will leave again and make my master's trip in vain. Lu Piapiao replied. Ling Xiao understood that Feng Lanling and Feng Qingyang might be separated siblings. Otherwise, Feng Lanling wouldn't have brought Lu Piapiao over to reunite with her. It's just a small matter. I will pass the message for you. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 1565. When Ling Xiao saw Feng Qingyang again, Feng Qingyang shot him a meaningful look and said, you sure know how to stir up trouble, kid. I heard that you even killed our people yesterday. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because of this old man's name? Anyone else would have been frightened by Feng Qingyang's question, but not Ling Xiao, because he did not care about his position in the Qing-Feng alliance. At most, he would just leave. Senior Feng, when someone wants to kill you, will you fight back and kill them? Besides, they wanted to kill my friend. I only killed one of them out of respect for you. Otherwise, all of you would be dead. Ling Xiao said calmly. So you're saying that you're in the right? Feng Qingyang's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you think that I'm in the right only if they kill me? Ling Xiao retorted. Huh, you're a tough one. How dare you talk back to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Feng Qingyang retracted his aura and laughed. Senior, if you want to kill me, why wait until now? You only need to give the order and I won't see you again. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. You're quite smart. You've already thought so far ahead, Feng Qingyang praised. Then, he asked, are you here to bid me farewell? Senior Feng, do you know Feng Lanling? Ling Xiao asked casually. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Qingyang, who was surrounded by a green glow. Feng Qingyang stared at him and said, where have you heard of this name before? Ling Xiao wanted to answer, but he found that he could not open his mouth. His body was bent over by the terrifying aura. This old man is really scary. I'll die if this goes on. Ling Xiao said anxiously in his mind. Phew. Feng Qingyang realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted half of his aura and said, tell me everything you know, don't let anything slip. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Feng Lanling had clearly met with the Deputy Alliance Master, Ling Fengyi. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned, Ling Fengyi should have informed him about this matter first. Why did Feng Qingyang seem to be in the dark? Did you forget? Or are you deliberately hiding it? Ling Xiao guessed, then said, it's Feng Lanling's disciple who asked me to tell you not to leave the League for the time being. Feng Lanling is on her way back. Are you serious? Feng Qingyang said with a joyful expression. Of course, her disciple is now in the League. Senior Feng Lanling must have come to see you before, and it was Deputy Alliance Master who received her. Didn't he tell you about this? Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised and replied. I see. No wonder Feng Yi said that he had something to discuss with me 2 days ago, but he was delayed by some other matters. What a muddle-headed old man. Quick, bring me to see my sister's disciple. I didn't expect her to be alive. Ha. God bless my Feng clan. God bless my little sister. Feng Qingyang laughed with tears of joy. From Feng Qingyang's tone, Ling Xiao knew that Lu Piapiao's master was really his biological sister. Looking at Feng Qingyang's lost composure, Ling Xiao was touched. Many experts had become indifferent to their emotions as they advanced in their realms, but this senior Feng had never forgotten about it. It was clear that he was a man of affection and righteousness. At the same time, his suspicion of Ling Fengyi had diminished. It seemed that he had misunderstood. With Ling Zhao's help, Lu Piapiao was finally able to see Feng Qingyang. After that, Lu Piapiao showed some of Feng Lanling's keepsakes to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang could not suppress his yearning for her for so many years, and he burst into tears like a child. Men do not cry easily because their love has not reached its peak. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were so touched that their eyes became moist. Later, Feng Qingyang asked Lu Piapiao to stay behind alone, and the two talked for a long time. As for what they talked about, Ling Xiao did not know. Ling Xiao took advantage of his free time to look for Ning Qinggang and asked if there was any news about Yuan Zhantian. Ning Qinggang had already sent people to look for him personally, but there was still no news. Ling Xiao could not help but feel anxious, afraid that something had happened to Yuan Zhantian. However, the extraterritorial domain was too big, and it was not easy to find someone. Ling Xiao, don't worry about this. I have already asked others to pay attention to everything about your friend. Even if he is not in the blue moon space but somewhere else, once there is news, it will come back. Ning Qinggang saw through Ling Zhao's concerns and tried to persuade him. Thank you, Elder Ning. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and thanked him. This old man had indeed taken good care of him, and Ling Xiao engraved all of this in his heart. Don't be so courteous with me. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. Otherwise, when boss comes back, he'll blame me for not taking good care of you, Ning Qinggang said with a smile. Then he asked, I heard that you and Feng Yi's disciple got into some trouble. Do you want me to talk to him? There is no need to trouble you with such a small matter. I have already solved it. Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, oh right, Elder Ning, do you have any Genesis stones? Good boy, you actually have this idea. Unfortunately, I have been searching for many years and have not found a single Genesis stone. This is something that can only be found in a pure forbidden space. No matter where it is very rare. Ning Qinggang smiled bitterly. Oh, I was just asking. This thing is indeed not easy to find, but I wonder if there is any force in the blue moon space that has it? Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. Ning Qinggang did not answer, but asked instead, what do you want this Genesis stone for? Hee, of course it is very useful. Ling Xiao laughed, trying to keep Ning Qinggang in suspense. You sly little fellow. Ning Qinggang scolded him with a smile. He also knew that Ling Xiao was still on guard against him. After all, they had just met, so it was reasonable. The strongest force in the blue moon space is our Qingfeng Union. If we don't have it, it is even more difficult for others to have it. So, I don't have the Genesis stone that you want, but it doesn't mean that our Qingfeng Union doesn't have it. As far as I know, Union Master Feng has a Wind Genesis stone. However, it is not easy to get it from him. Ning Qinggang said. Elder Feng has a Genesis stone? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Ning Qinggang nodded and said, it is good that you know this. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Otherwise, I will be scolded. Thank you so much, Elder Ning. I will definitely not tell anyone. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Yes, no matter who has the Genesis stone, they will not be willing to take it out easily. However, Union Master Feng's strength has reached the peak, so he can't use it anymore. He has been suppressing it in the Union for others to use. Unless he has extra Genesis stones, don't even think about getting it from him. I have told you everything I know. Just wait and see. Ning Qinggang reminded. Yes, I understand. Ling Xiao happily replied. Then, he said, Elder Ning treats me like a junior. Then, Ling Xiao will be bold enough to call you Elder Ning in the future. I hope you don't mind. Ling Xiao also knew that this old man really cared about him, and he could feel his sincerity. So, Ling Xiao followed the favor and changed the way he addressed Ning Qinggang. It could be considered that he recognized Ning Qinggang as a family member. Before this, Ning Qinggang could only be considered a friend of the older generation, an acquaintance. He couldn't be considered a close friend, let alone a family member. Ning Qinggang listened to Ling Xiao and smiled with satisfaction. Good boy. Come here, I have a small gift for you. Although it can't be compared to the Genesis Stone, it is still something rare. Ning Qinggang took out a spatial ring. It was obviously a gift that he had prepared for Ling Xiao. He only gave it to Ling Xiao after he got Ling Xiao's approval. Ling Xiao respectfully received it and thanked him. Thank you, Elder Ning. We are family, there is no need to be polite. Ning Qinggang laughed happily and then said, I will ask Union Master Feng about the Genesis Stone for you. He should give me some face. Okay, then you can ask Senior Feng for me first. If it doesn't work, then let me talk to him. We can discuss any conditions. Ling Xiao was naturally willing to do this. After a few days, Ning Qinggang finally told Feng Qingyang that Ling Xiao needed the Genesis Stone. The Genesis Stone was a top divine item of any big force. Of course, Feng Qingyang didn't want to give in at first. He had rejected Ning Qingyang's suggestion. However, Lu Piapiao spoke for Ling Xiao, so Feng Qingyang changed his stance. Lu Piapiao was his sister's only disciple. Feng Qingyang loved her so much that he kept her by his side and taught her personally. He also ordered Yu Zhaofeng and the others who wanted to humiliate Lu Piapiao. Therefore, Lu Piapiao's words were quite useful in Qingfeng Alliance and Feng Qingyang. Thus, Ling Xiao was summoned by Feng Qingyang again. Boy Ling, do you know what the Genesis Stone is? You sure have a big appetite. Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao without beating around the bush. Of course I know. However, I came to the outer space to look for all kinds of Genesis stones. I met Senior Feng in the Space of Storms and I was also looking for the Genesis Stone. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. If Senior Feng has an extra one, I hope you can exchange it with me. I can pay any price. Ling Xiao said seriously. Any price? Including letting you stay here? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. Of course, this doesn't include me. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before replying. Then, he thought to himself, I only sell my skills, not my body. Then, what do you have that can tempt me? Feng Qingyang asked with interest. Ling Xiao was stunned by the question. Indeed, Feng Qingyang had reached this realm. What else did he lack? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before asking, is there a supreme drug deity in Qingfeng Alliance? There is no supreme drug deity in our alliance. Why do you ask? Could it be that you want supreme god elixirs? I have a few here. For the sake of Qinggang and Piapiao, I can give you one. Feng Qingyang replied generously. That's not it. Since there is no supreme drug deity in the alliance, how about I refine dozens or hundreds of supreme god elixirs for you in exchange for the Genesis Stone? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Chapter 1566. Inside the main hall of the Qingfeng Alliance. Feng Qingyang, Ning Qinggang, and Lu Piapiao were stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. After a while, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang smiled faintly. Ning Qinggang said, Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense. This is not a joke. I'm not joking. I'm serious. I can refine supreme divinity pills. Ling Xiao replied seriously. The more Ling Xiao said so, the more Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang didn't believe him. They thought that Ling Xiao was bragging. At this time, Lu Piapiao said, he can refine pills. I can prove it. Pia Piao, even if he knows how to refine elixirs, he can only refine some ordinary elixirs. Supreme Divinity pellets are not common goods. There are only a few Supreme Divinity pellets in our blue moon space. This shows how rare Supreme Divinity pellets are. Every one of them is extremely arrogant. It's not easy to win them over. If this kid is a Supreme Divinity pellet, it's not impossible for me to give him the Genesis Stone. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a Supreme Divinity pill, so he made a promise casually. Senior Feng, are you serious? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Of course, I will take my words seriously. However, it will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Feng Qingyang laughed. Ning Qingang shouted at Ling Xiao, stop fooling around. Don't worry, Venerable Ning. I really am the Supreme Alchemy God. Take out a Supreme Alchemy ingredient and I'll refine it for you right now. Action is the most practical thing. Ling Xiao said with confidence. He thought to himself, is it because I'm too honest that no one believes me? What a headache. Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang were moved when they heard Ling Xiao's serious words. It didn't seem like he was joking. At this time, Lu Piapiao said, when I first met him, he was only a king god, but he was already a divine apothecary. Martial Uncle Feng, I'm afraid you will lose the Genesis Stone. Upon hearing Lu Piapiao's words, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang opened their mouths wide and their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, they gave Ling Xiao a portion of the Supreme God Pill's ingredients and finally witnessed Ling Xiao's alchemy level. They finally believed that Ling Xiao did not lie to them and was a genuine Supreme Alchemy God. This kid is too abnormal. Not only does he cultivate multiple attributes, but he is also a Supreme Alchemy God. Look at how old he is. He's not even 200 years old. I really wonder who could have given birth to such a monster. Feng Qingyang lamented. Ning Qingang smiled and said, yeah. This kid is worthy of being absolute beginning's descendant. He's a treasure. Kim people are willing to let him go alone to find the Genesis Stone. Feng Qingyang sighed softly and said, this kid is not alone. He had seen Ling Xiao's methods. If anyone thought that Ling Xiao was alone and wanted to bully this kid, they would definitely be in big trouble. Alliance leader, you can't go back on your words. You have to give this kid the Genesis Stone. Ning Qingang laughed and said. Feng Qingyang's face twitched. He still had a Wind Genesis Stone, but if he were to give it away like this, it would be very painful. Can't he refine some supreme elixirs for us? You and Feng Yi should go and prepare. Ask the others to bring me the supreme celestial materials. We can't give this kid the Genesis Stone so easily. Feng Qingyang was bewildered. He could only try his best to extract more value from Ling Xiao. Looking at Feng Qingyang's painful expression, Lu Piapiao couldn't help but smile faintly. It was extremely beautiful. In the next few months, Ling Xiao abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to refine Supreme God elixirs for Qingfeng Alliance so that he could obtain the Wind Genesis Stone as soon as possible. The day Ling Xiao came out of his closed-door cultivation was also the day he finally saw Lu Piapiao's master. She looked like a dignified and cold beautiful woman. Her temperament was almost the same as Lu Piapiao's. No wonder Lu Piapiao was trained to be such a cold beauty. However, Feng Lanling knew that Ling Xiao was not only the savior of her disciple, but also the admiration of her elder brother. Therefore, she showed a faint and friendly smile to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao greeted her, he handed over the Supreme God elixirs to Feng Qingyang. At this time, the higher-ups of Qingfeng Alliance knew that Ling Xiao was also a Supreme God elixir. They all came to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. They finally understood why Ling Xiao was so warmly taken care of by their alliance leader. It turned out that he was a rare Supreme God elixir. If they knew that Feng Qingyang had brought back a Supreme Divine Alchemist by accident, what kind of expression would they have? Senior Feng, I have refined all the Supreme God elixirs you wanted. Shouldn't you give me the Genesis Stone? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and smiled. Kid, why are you in such a hurry? Let me check the goods first. Feng Qingyang shouted. He was undoubtedly very reluctant to take out the Genesis stone. This was a divine item that he had kept for many years. He had never been willing to take it out. Now, he had to accept the reality and take it out to Ling Xiao. Senior Feng, it's a bit unreasonable to exchange these Supreme God elixirs for the Genesis stone. Let me give you something else. I believe you won't feel that it's a loss. Ling Xiao said and took out the Divine Black Wind Stone. As soon as the Divine Black Wind Stone appeared, everyone present stood up in shock. Even Feng Qingyang, who was a peak Supreme Master, was moved. This is the Divine Black Wind Stone. Kid, you actually obtained such a divine item in the space of storms. Feng Qingyang exclaimed. Previously, he had entered the space of storms to search for such a divine item. However, the black storm was too terrifying. Even he did not dare to approach it. That was a kind of world-destroying power. Even he was not sure that he could withstand it. However, Ling Xiao had such a lucky chance to obtain this divine black wind stone. It was simply unbelievable. Good. These Supreme God elixirs and this divine black wind stone are worth my Genesis stone. Feng Qingyang laughed happily. Although the divine black wind stone was not as good as the Genesis stone, it was almost the same. Most importantly, it could allow people to condense black wind, which could increase the fighting power of any warrior with wind attribute. Feng Qingyang might not be able to use it, but he still had his sister's disciple, or his disciple. As for the loss of the Genesis stone, it did not matter. After all, he had made his promise. Moreover, the Qingfeng alliance still had one, which was enough. Now that he could obtain this divine black wind stone, he did not feel so distressed anymore. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang traded. Both of them got what they wanted, so it was a happy ending. Especially Ling Xiao, who had obtained a wind attribute Genesis stone so smoothly. This was definitely an unexpected gain. As long as he obtained the wood attribute Genesis stone, he would only need to collect 3 types of Genesis stones. Then, he would be one step closer to his plan to rescue the forefather. As for the divine black wind stone, it did not matter anymore. Anyway, the innate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness had evolved and possessed the divine power of the black wind. It was temporarily useless, so he might as well exchange it for the Genesis stone. Moreover, he still had a golden dragon wind stone, which was very useful. Thus, he did not exchange it for the Genesis stone. After obtaining the Genesis stone, Ling Xiao asked Ning Qingang about Yuan Zhantian. Unfortunately, there was still no news about him. He could not help but feel anxious. Finally, he guessed that Yuan Zhantian might be the same as him. Perhaps he had entered a dangerous space and could not come out for a while. Ling Xiao did not have time to wait any longer. He decided to bid farewell and go to the 9-colored exquisite tree. However, before that, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang advised Ling Xiao to stay in the Qingfeng alliance. With his identity as an alchemy divine master, he could definitely become the most honorable person. However, Ling Xiao directly rejected them. He was not interested in these things. He only wanted to find the other kinds of Genesis stones as soon as possible and rescue his forefather. Then, he could plan other things. By the way, Senior Feng, do you know any places with light, dark, or thunder attribute Genesis stones? Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Feng Qingyang was experienced and knowledgeable. He should have gone through many dangerous places. He believed that he knew some special spaces that might have Genesis stones. That way, he would not need to waste a lot of time and effort to find them. Kid, why do you want to find so many Genesis stones? Could it be that you also cultivate light, dark, or thunder attributes? Feng Qingyang asked suspiciously. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, No, I just need them. If Senior knows, please tell me. At this moment, Ning Qingang said, if you want to find the Genesis Source Stone, you have to find it in that pure space. Moreover, it's extremely dangerous inside that space. You shouldn't think about it. It's not worth losing your life for it. Don't worry, Senior Ning. Our lives are the most important. We will not act rashly. Ling Xiao felt Ning Qingyang's concern and immediately looked at him gratefully. As far as I know, the Demon Tiger tribe and the Bird tribe have the primordial stones of dark and light. As for the Thunder primordial stone, I know where to find it, but that place is the primordial thunder space. Even I will die if I go there. I advise you to give up on that idea. Feng Qingyang said seriously. Chaotic thunder space. Ling Xiao took a cold breath and said. This was one of the most terrifying spaces in the world, and anyone who wasn't a top-notch sovereign would definitely die if they entered. No one could endure the violent bombardment of the chaotic heavenly lightning, and even the dragon phoenix divine hoop on his head wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the chaotic heavenly lightning. It was said that only the top-level supreme masters with the heavenly thunder divine body could enter that space freely. Warriors with the thunder attribute were rare, and those with the heavenly thunder divine body were even rarer. How many of them could reach the top-level supreme master realm? The Demon Tiger tribe has always had some conflicts with the Kim people. The Bird tribe is even more arrogant. The foundation of these two tribes is beyond your imagination. It is as difficult as climbing up to the sky to get the Genesis stones in their territories. Feng Qingyang sighed and said, however, for Tai Chu's sake, I will use the connections of the Green Wind Alliance to help you spread the news. Maybe someone wants to trade with you. In that case, many thanks to Senior Wind. Ling Xiao bowed and said. Chapter 1567. With Feng Qingyang's promise and Ning Qinggang's help to keep an eye on Yuan Zhantian's whereabouts, Ling Xiao could continue his journey with peace of mind. However, before they left, Lu Piapiao said that she wanted to travel with Ling Xiao. At first, Feng Lanling strongly opposed it. She felt that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were too weak and Ling Xiao was not strong enough to protect Lu Piapiao. Ling Xiao was also afraid that something would happen to Lu Piapiao. He did not dare to agree to Lu Piapiao's request. Although he wanted this beauty to follow him, it was not a joke now. He might be in danger at any time. If something really happened, he did not want to implicate others. However, Feng Qingyang expressed his support for Lu Piapiao to follow Ling Xiao. This time, not only was Ling Xiao surprised, even Feng Lanling had a puzzled look on her face. Ling Xiao, I know what you are capable of. It is not a problem to protect one person, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and said playfully. Ling Xiao met Feng Qingyang's gaze with a flash of shyness. He felt that he had been seen through by Feng Qingyang and had no secrets left. It is okay to protect one person, but... Ling Xiao hurriedly replied. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Feng Qingyang. That's enough. I trust that you will not let anything happen to Piapiao, right? Just as Ling Xiao was still hesitating, Lu Piapiao replied decisively, don't worry, I will not be a burden to you. Since she had said so, Ling Xiao had no reason to reject her. That would hurt her feelings. All right, I will bring you along, but you must listen to my instructions. Once there is any danger, I will send someone to escort you back. Ling Xiao replied helplessly. At this time, Lu Piapiao revealed an imperceptible smile. Before leaving, Feng Qingyang called Lu Piapiao over for a chat and gave her some life-saving magical items. Although he believed in Ling Xiao's abilities, he didn't want his sister's only disciple to die on the domain path. After staying in the Cyan Moon space for about half a year, Ling Xiao finally set off on another journey with his beauty. Big brother, why are you so assured to let Piao Piao follow that kid to the domain path? Feng Lanling said with some dissatisfaction. Hee, can't you see that these two kids are in love with each other? Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. So what? Are we going to let Piapiao take the risk with him? Feng Lanling replied. Taking risks is also an opportunity. I also believe that the boy can turn misfortune into fortune and won't let Pia Piao take risks. Besides, the things I gave Pia Piao are enough for her to protect herself. You can rest assured. Feng Qingyang said. Then, he added, I'll arrange for the people in the alliance to take care of them along the way. Moreover, this kid is the weirdest guy I've ever seen. His tricks can surprise anyone. Don't be stingy with him. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Feng Lanling couldn't say anything more. She only hoped that her disciple would return safely in the near future. Ling Xiao took Lu Pia Piao with him on their journey. This made him feel a little more relaxed and happy on this lonely journey. Lu Pia Piao was originally cold and taciturn. However, after being with Ling Xiao, she became much more cheerful. She was able to listen to Ling Xiao talk about all kinds of interesting things with great relish. From time to time, she would smile in amazement, which made Ling Xiao fall head over heels for her. He exclaimed that she was beautiful. After being praised by Ling Xiao, Lu Pia Piao's face would always turn a little rosy. This really added a lot of color to the endless domain path. Originally, Ling Xiao was worried that he would be chased by the people of the Red Snake Gang or be robbed by other plunderers. However, after walking for a long distance, they were not chased by anyone. Even if they occasionally met some supreme martial artists, they would avoid them in advance. They did not intend to have any entanglement with them. Ling Xiao felt that the people of the Red Snake Gang were afraid of him. No one dared to find trouble with them. This made him feel that it was a pity that he could no longer control the puppets. Without the divine soul to absorb and strengthen his divine soul, his wish to quickly strengthen his divine soul would be dashed. Moreover, he could not simply kill people to snatch and devour their divine souls. This really made Ling Xiao feel conflicted and depressed. If others knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably want to kill him with a piece of tofu. Other people were afraid of being chased by someone, but this guy actually hoped that someone would come after him. He was simply a masochist. The two of them walked for nearly a year. They passed by many land space stations and many dangerous places. The relationship between the two of them progressed by leaps and bounds. They were already a lot more casual. In addition, the various holy beasts that accompanied Ling Xiao had obvious improvements, especially Xiao Jin and the Muscle Man. They were both of the metal and wind attributes. With the help of the Golden Dragon's Wind Stone, they absorbed the essence of the Genesis energy day and night, and swallowed many beast cores. They had reached the upper and peak of the 10th level respectively. They had caught up with the prodigal's current realm. The dragon horse had also advanced a level and reached the upper 10th level. These holy beasts would have to see which of them reached the 11th level first. By then, they would be able to fly freely in the outer realm. However, it would not be easy for them to advance to such a crucial level. Ling Xiao did not want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Hence, he let them wait for a few years before letting them swallow the 11th level beast cores. Otherwise, they would not be able to take it. However, the prodigal was still abnormal. He could already swallow the 11th level beast cores. He was also slowly swallowing the purple-black fire to increase his firepower. However, he still had not broken through to the 11th level. He was a freak. As for Dragon 5th, he had also started to increase his strength. He used to think that he was very strong. However, ever since the battle with the few high-level supreme martial artists, he realized that he had underestimated those humans and the other races in this world. He had absorbed many of the metal attribute powers in the outer realm, but his strength still did not increase. The requirements of a holy beast were incomparable to those of other holy beasts. Even if Dragon 5th wanted to speed up his advancement, he would not be able to do it in such a short period of time. As for Ling Xiao, he had previously received the feedback from the Khanate Sinister Wind Pearl. He had also reached the peak of the low-level supreme martial artist realm. He already had the ability to break through to the middle level at any time. However, he was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to wait for a few more days so that it would be safer and safer for him to break through. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had already walked far away. Ling Xiao realized that he had not reached the place indicated by the exquisite leaf. He could not help but feel anxious. Ling Xiao, where are you going? This direction is close to the winged men tribe's light space. Are you going to snatch their light attribute Genesis stone? Lu Piapiao asked. Oh. The winged men tribe's light space is in this direction? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He knew that the winged men tribe lived in the East Region Road. However, he did not know the specific location. Yes, I have heard from others that it is in this direction, Lu Piapiao replied. After all, she had come to the outer realm more than 10 years earlier than Ling Xiao. It was normal for her to know more than Ling Xiao. The winged men tribe? I really want to see it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. When he thought about how his great-grandfather had been killed by the winged men clan, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted to rush up and kill all of them immediately. However, Ling Xiao had heard from Feng Qingyang that if he wasn't absolutely sure, he should not provoke those people. Apparently, the winged men tribe wasn't a simple existence. Shi Yan would have to wait until he reached the mid-level of the Great Master Realm. Ling Xiao wasn't the impulsive and loyal young man he used to be. He knew how to be patient now. Thus, he wouldn't risk his life like that anymore. He took Lu Piapiao to avoid the winged men tribe's territory and head to the next land space. Every time he passed a land space, he would stop for several days to find some supreme divine materials. It was his habit. There were many supreme incipient God realm experts in these land spaces. They had all kinds of divine materials. Sometimes, they would find some divine materials that Ling Xiao liked. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to provoke them. Some things were so coincidental that he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Right when Ling Xiao found some divine materials with light attribute in front of him and wanted to collect them, he coincidentally met 2 members of the winged men tribe. Hee, lowly human, put down the light stone. That's something that only belongs to our god race. It's not something that lowly insects like you can touch. A winged man with the strength of a mid-level sovereign sneered. The 2 members of the winged men tribe were a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome and the woman was beautiful and alluring. They both had a pair of snow-white wings and a halo above their heads that radiated dazzling light. They looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao with disdain. After all, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were only at the low level, while they were already at the middle level. It would be easy for them to deal with Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Moreover, this was their territory. Ling Xiao ignored the 2 birdmen and put away the light stone. These light stones could be used to forge divine weapons of light attribute. They were also useful to light attribute warriors. In this turbulent space basin, they couldn't appear often. Lowlife, do you know what you're doing? You don't listen to me, Sir Geoffrey. Do you want to die? The male winged man shouted at Ling Xiao with an angry face. At the same time, a mid-level aura dashed towards Ling Xiao like a mountain. Lu Piapiao whispered to Ling Xiao, "Let's go." Although she knew that Ling Xiao was strong, they had to be careful in someone else's territory. Ling Xiao ignored the winged man's aura and said to Lu Piapiao, "There's no hurry. I haven't fought in a long time. I'm a little itchy. Let's start with them." As he finished speaking, Ling Xiao looked at the 2 winged ones. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they were like sharp blades. The 2 winged ones were so frightened by his stare that they started to tremble. "There's something strange about Geoffrey." The female winged man tugged at the male winged man and said worriedly. The male winged man shouted fearlessly, "He's just a low-level expert. I'll sacrifice him later." After saying that, he attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 1568. The winged tribe had always thought of themselves as the noblest race. They felt that they were born to be gods and called themselves the descendants of gods. Therefore, they had always treated other races as lowly commoners and unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them. Therefore, they treated everyone with disdain and arrogance. This also made it easy for them to offend others and make them very unsociable with people from other races. However, it was true that they were born to be favored by the heavens. Not only did they have enchanting appearances, but they also had a pair of beautiful wings that were comparable to the wind attribute. This made it twice as easy for them to cultivate the light attribute. After being ignored by Ling Xiao, the winged tribe person called Jeffrey finally wanted to kill Ling Xiao. His palm reached out to grab Ling Xiao's neck. A sharp claw radiance that was like an eagle's claw brought with it a powerful aura. Ling Xiao did not dodge. A playful smile appeared on his face as a golden dragon fist collided with the white eagle's claw. Rumble. The first clash immediately caused a huge explosion of energy, causing the surroundings to tremble uncontrollably. In this clash, one of the winged tribe people was sent flying. Even his arm was twisted and deformed. So strong. The one who was sent flying was Jeffrey, who had taken the initiative to attack. He held his arm and looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. "Jeffrey, watch out!" The female winged tribe person cried out in alarm. She suddenly charged toward Jeffrey, who had already caught up to Ling Xiao. A white whip flashed in her hand and she lashed out with it, creating a long snake shadow. The female winged person was also a mid-level winged person. Her strength was not weak, and with a single lash of her whip, the space around them began to crack and crumble. If any low-level supreme being were to be hit by this whip, their divine body would immediately shatter. However, no matter how powerful her attack was, it could not be faster than Ling Xiao's tempest movement technique. Her whip shadow only landed on Ling Xiao's afterimage. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Jeffu in the blink of an eye and blasted a golden fist towards Jeffu. Jaffe was still in a daze from the previous attack, but Ling Xiao immediately appeared in front of him and gave him a very direct punch. He didn't even have time to react. Bang! Jeffrey didn't even have the chance to react before his face exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and several of his front teeth flew out. "How dare you keep calling me a lowly commoner? You're nothing more than this, you birdman. Do you really think you're some divine race? Pah! This empress will beat you until you're no better than a lowly commoner." Ling Xiao was furious. As she shouted, she threw punch after punch at Jeffu. In just a short moment, Jeffrey was beaten into a daze. He did not understand how this lowly commoner could act so quickly. Furthermore, his strength was actually not inferior to a mid-level honorable like him. He wanted to resist, but his divine body was directly smashed. The female winged person wanted to rescue him, but she was entangled by Lu Piapiao. However, Lu Piapiao could only use her speed to restrain the other party. It was impossible for her to fight against the other party. The female winged person had no intention of paying attention to Lu Piapiao. She forcefully broke through Lu Piapiao's obstruction and charged towards Ling Xiao. Her white whip was like a spiritual snake as it twisted towards Ling Xiao. Do you think you can kill me?" Ling Xiao glared at the female winged person and snorted coldly. He did not waste his breath on the female winged person. Instead, he directly used his soul power to attack her consciousness and divine soul. Ah! The female winged person felt an unbearable pain in her divine soul. She let go of the white whip in her hand and clutched her head as she screamed in pain. Lu Piapiao hurriedly chased after the female winged person from behind. She attacked the female winged person violently, causing her body to explode again and again. She was on the verge of death. Jefferson was taken down by Ling Xiao in a flash. He did not even have a chance to counterattack before he became a captive in Ling Xiao's hands. "Sister Piapiao, let's go. Someone is coming towards us." Ling Xiao controlled Jefferson with one hand and called out to Lu Piapiao. Then, they began to flee. The battle just now had probably alerted the people nearby. Whether or not they were from the winged person tribe, Ling Xiao did not want to cause any more trouble. He and Lu Piapiao fled at full speed. Their speed was not inferior to that of a middle-stage supreme martial artist. If it was not for the fact that Ling Xiao had to take care of Lu Piapiao, he would probably have flown even faster. After fleeing for an unknown distance, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao stopped at a suspended rock after he did not sense any other auras. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He kept the two winged person tribe as his puppets. In the future, he would have to deal with the winged person tribe and even the demon tiger tribe. He could not waste these fresh troops. After Ling Xiao controlled the two winged person tribe, he understood how terrifying the winged person tribe was. It turned out that most of the winged person tribe had migrated to the extraterritorial region. Their strength had soared to a terrifying level. Those who remained in the heaven region were only those who had yet to grow up. Their strength was less than 1/5 of the winged person tribe. In addition, there were one or two terrifying existences at the level of the Pope in the winged person tribe. Those were the real top supreme martial artists. Their strength was not inferior to Ning Qinggang or Ling Fengyi. They might even be as strong as Feng Qingyang. Ling Xiao was glad that he did not take the risk to barge into the winged person tribe's territory. Otherwise, he would not know how to spell the word death. Lu Piapiao was quite surprised by Ling Xiao's method of controlling people. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a strange secret skill. She really did not know how many more secrets he had. She could not help but want to keep digging. Sister Piapiao, what are you looking at? Could it be that I've become more handsome recently? Ling Xiao touched his face and said shamelessly. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "You are the most shameless person I have ever seen." "Ha, thank you for the compliment, Sister Piapiao. Actually, I am just telling the truth." Ling Xiao laughed proudly. After resting for a while, the two of them set off again. This time, Ling Xiao knew which space the exquisite leaf was pointing to. This was because they knew from the memories of the two winged people that there was a space called the disaster zone after a while in this direction. That place was originally a very beautiful land space, and there were many human martial artists and many sacred beasts living there. However, one day, the heaven-devouring locust disaster occurred. The locusts covered the sky and devoured all the wild forests in that beautiful space. Many warriors and holy beasts died under the hands of these locusts, and the powerful ones were forced to leave their homes. From then on, it became a space plagued by locust plague, and the nearby spaces that had vitality all suffered calamities, causing that space to become a forbidden zone. It was a land of calamity that many people who walked the domain path didn't dare to step into. That space was still a long distance away from where Ling Xiao was. He needed to travel through a lot of space to reach it. A rough estimate was that he would need to fly at full speed for about a year. If he included the time he had to stop midway, it might take about a year and a half to reach that space. Previously, Ling Xiao relied on the exquisite needle to guide him forward. He did not know when the end was and when the destination was. Now, he finally had some clues. Presumably, the place where the heaven-devouring locust was located was where the 9-colored exquisite tree was located. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao hurried on at full speed and did not make too many stops. The latter part of the journey had already passed the area of influence of the Qingfeng Alliance. Many plunderers started to appear and attack Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. However, Ling Xiao could not wait for them to close the door. As long as there were no top-notch supreme martial artists, he was not afraid of any of them. He planned to take them all under his command and turn them into his puppets. Many people thought that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were just two people on the territory road and that they were fat sheep that were left alone. Especially Lu Piapiao, who was an unparalleled beauty, attracted the lustful thoughts of those lustful people. In the end, they all met with tragedy. When they were beaten up miserably, they realized that the other party was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. He was really strong. Originally, there were only two people. Suddenly, there were many more supreme martial artists, which caught them off guard. Along the way, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were besieged many times. However, they were able to win with the help of Ling Xiao's strength and his puppets. After killing and breaking through the obstacles along the way, Ling Xiao's godly soul was already infinitely close to the edge of a breakthrough. His puppet army had also been enriched to more than 50 people. There were dozens of people here. Among them, there were 3 high-level supreme martial artists, 12 middle-level supreme martial artists, and the rest were low-level supreme martial artists. Such a force was enough to make many people tremble in fear. Ling Xiao also used the Supreme God Elixir that he had to increase the number of high-level supreme martial artists and 3 middle-level supreme martial artists. His appearance was even more luxurious and powerful. However, Ling Xiao still felt that these forces were not enough. It was not easy to deal with the heaven-devouring locust. Moreover, he would need to use them to deal with other enemies in the future. Almost half a year had passed. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had already traveled more than half of the journey and were getting closer to the disaster zone. However, Ling Xiao's heart was getting more and more uneasy. These heaven-devouring locusts were famous for being terrifying. Even if he came with the purple-black fire, he would not be able to burn all these heaven-devouring locusts. If he was not careful and couldn't get rid of these heaven-devouring locusts, then he would be the one to die. Originally, he thought that these heaven-devouring locusts were in one place, gnawing on the 9-color exquisite tree. Now that he thought about it, it was not so simple. There were many heaven-devouring locusts in the nearby spaces. The number of heaven-devouring locusts was probably in the hundreds of millions. Once he stepped into their territory, he would be entangled by them. That would definitely be a disaster. After thinking about it again and again, Ling Xiao decided to continue to enrich his puppet army. He increased the number of people to about 200 before heading to the disaster zone. After making the decision, Ling Xiao took Lu Piapiao to the spaces where the plunderers often appeared. He would let the plunderers come to him for him to kill and control. Ling Xiao's plan was undoubtedly bold and perverted. He actually welcomed the plunderers to plunder. If the plunderers knew about this, they would want to die. Who was the real predator here? Chapter 1569. Above the endless territory roads, in the boundless space, there was a chaotic astral wind in the outer space. Several supreme incipient God realm experts were running away in panic. Their faces were full of fear, as if they had encountered something that terrified them. However, before they could run far, they were surrounded by the supreme experts who had caught up with them. Waves of 5-colored chaotic energy flows and terrifying attacks attacked them. Shortly after, these experts at different realms were half dead. Their god bodies couldn't recover in a short time. A young man riding a black single-horned ghost beast arrived, accompanied by a stunning beauty. Such a combination seemed to be extremely conspicuous in the outer realm space. The young man, who was sitting on the ghost beast, rushed over excitedly as if he had just harvested his prey. He restrained all the severely injured supreme beings. Ling Xiao, how many pirates do you want to control before you think it's enough? Lu Piapiao couldn't help but open her red lips and ask. Of course, the more the merrier. These people came to me on their own accord. Keeping them alive would only bring harm to the world. Even though I'm not helping the people, I can still reduce the peace in the domain path. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As he spoke, he took out the ghost grass and swallowed it. Every time he controlled a supreme incipient god realm expert, he needed to consume a lot of energy. Did you come to the outer space just to do these things? Didn't you want to find the Genesis Stone? Lu Piapiao asked. Finding the Genesis Stone and doing these things don't conflict. Instead, if I control them, I might know the whereabouts of the other Genesis Stones. Moreover, if I control them, it will be safer for us. Ling Xiao explained with a faint smile. Lu Piapiao nodded with understanding. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of brilliance. Ling Xiao wasn't as impatient as others. He already showed the calm and steady temperament that a mature man should have, which made his charm even higher. Lu Piapiao liked this kind of young, mature, and steady man. To be exact, she liked the person in front of her. It seems that there are no more plunderers in this area. Let's go somewhere else, Ling Xiao said to Lu Piapiao. His puppet army had only reached 130 people. This was the number he had killed from 7 or 8 groups of aliens in the area. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the 200 he wanted. However, just as they were about to leave, many auras were rushing towards Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Among them, there were a few people who were the fastest. The people this time are very strong. Ling Xiao's divine sense swept across how strong they were and immediately sensed the situation. He hesitated, wondering if he should flee immediately. Perhaps the enemy was just passing by and not a bandit. 4 people, each riding a powerful holy beast, rushed over from a different direction. The 4 of them were clearly brothers, as they all looked somewhat similar in terms of appearance. All of them had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but their strength had already reached the high-level sovereign realm. One of them was even a peak sovereign realm expert. His aura was like a tidal wave, and it was extremely powerful. The leader stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly, "I didn't expect to see the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop again after 1,000,000 years. It's really easy to get it. This is because the boss is very lucky. If it weren't for the eye of heaven, I wouldn't have noticed that there was such a strange boy here. It seems that he has already received the inheritance of that clan. Fortunately, he isn't very strong. We, the Dark Shadow clan, can take him in." Another person echoed with a smile. "Yes, our clan has been declining for many years. We brothers have been wandering in the outer area for many years, looking for many divine items for our clan. I didn't expect to receive such a big gift when we are about to return. Don't talk nonsense. Let me kill both of them." After saying that, one of the 4 people quickly disappeared under the shadow bat he was riding. People from the Dark Shadow clan. Ling Zhao's hair stood on end and he exclaimed. As soon as his voice fell, the person had already crossed the space and landed in front of him. A palm slapped toward him. The speed was so fast that it was invisible and traceless. The Dark Shadow clan's secret skill had been used to the extreme. This person was much stronger than Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao wanted to react, he felt a suffocating pain in his chest. Then, his whole body was sent flying, and his divine body began to crack a little. Puff! Ling Xiao spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was immediately seriously injured. Lu Piapiao was shocked. When she drew her sword to deal with that person, he just raised his hand and sent her flying. Lu Piapiao's combat ability was not bad among those at the same level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter the ranks of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Of course, this had a lot to do with her speed. Her physical defense was much weaker than Ling Zhao's. With the strength of a high-level Supreme Master, one blow was enough to kill her. However, after receiving this blow, she was only sent flying. She wasn't seriously injured like Ling Xiao, whose divine body was cracked. Her whole body was emitting waves of divine light. She was as sacred and inviolable as a moon fairy. You're actually fine? So you're wearing a high-level divine armor? The person was surprised. He ignored Lu Piapiao and continued to attack Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao now took advantage of the breathing space that Lu Piapiao had created for him to recover quickly. When that person from the Dark Shadow clan attacked again, he had already summoned his puppets. A total of 6 high-level Supreme Martial Artists and 10 mid-level Supreme Martial Artists appeared in the blink of an eye. How astonishing was that aura! Kill him! Ling Xiao roared angrily. As Ling Zhao's voice fell, the 16 people attacked that high-level Supreme Master from the Dark Shadow clan with all their strength. When that person from the Dark Shadow clan reacted, he was already sealed by the 16 terrifying auras. It was impossible for him to escape. When his other 3 brothers realized it, the 16 people had already attacked together. 16 Supreme Masters, several types of spatial turbulence powers, and a terrifying power that could destroy everything. No. Rumble. The Supreme Master from the Dark Shadow clan was immediately drowned by these powers. The 3 people at the back and the dozen or so people who arrived later watched this scene helplessly, and all of them became incomparably terrified. They never thought that such a group of people would suddenly appear. Moreover, each of them had such terrifying strength that they could destroy one of their high-level Supreme Masters together. 4th Brother. The Peak Supreme Master roared angrily with his eyes wide open. The other 2 people were also shocked and angry. They never thought that there were more than 2 people in the other party. There was still such a group of people here. Big Brother, we must kill them and take revenge for 4th Brother. One of them shouted at the person who was guarding. The person who spoke was second in line. His name was Ingji. The Big Brother was Ingma. The 3rd brother was Ingong. The 4th brother was Ingcheng. The 4 brothers had quite a unique name. It was a pity that only the first 3 people were left. The last one, Ingcheng, had already been destroyed by the joint attack of the 16 people. We must take revenge. Moreover, they don't intend to let us go. Ingma roared angrily. An ancient divine artifact appeared in his hand. He charged toward Ling Zhao's puppet army. The 2 brothers behind him and the dozen people he had brought with him also dashed over. The 2 groups of people immediately started a fierce battle. This part of the world was directly bombarded. Their energy completely filled the area within 100,000 miles. Countless spaces collapsed. All kinds of turbulent energy constantly attacked. Each flow of energy was full of violent energy. If one didn't have the strength of a Supreme Master or incipient God realm, he would die without a doubt. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had retreated far away. They didn't get involved in this battle. Lu Piapiao screamed in fear, "Should we retreat now? What are you afraid of?" "I was just careless. This time, I will make sure that they won't be able to return." Ling Xiao shouted with a ruthless face. He had never thought that he could meet a Supreme Master or incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan in outer space. From the memories of the Dark Shadow clan's warriors, he knew that the Dark Shadow clan didn't have many Supreme Masters. However, in some people's memories, there were 4 ancestors of the Dark Shadow clan who had gone to outer space to collect a batch of divine materials to bring back to the clan to accelerate their cultivation. However, these 4 ancestors had left for tens of thousands of years and hadn't returned. They all suspected that these 4 ancestors had fallen in outer space. As Ling Xiao saw them today, he was sure that they were the 4 in front of him. Otherwise, they would have recognized the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head at first glance. Also, the Dark Shadow secret technique wasn't something that other clans could cultivate. The Dark Shadow clan and the Soul clan were enemies. When they met each other, of course, their eyes reddened. Although the Dark Shadow clan wasn't easy to provoke, Ling Xiao had more than 100 supreme puppets. If he sent all of them out, would he be afraid that he couldn't destroy them? Lu Piapiao knew that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, so she didn't raise any objections. After all, along the way, she had seen too many magical and powerful things that Ling Xiao could rely on. Indeed, they didn't need to be afraid of these people in front of them. However, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were overconfident. The 3 brothers, Ingma, Ingda, and Ingong, had been wandering in outer space for many years and had encountered all kinds of dangers. Their combat power was definitely not ordinary. The reason why Ingcheng was unexpectedly killed was because he had underestimated the enemy. Also, Ling Zhao's group had appeared too suddenly. Naturally, they had caught him off guard and killed him in an instant. Now, the 3 brothers, Ingma, Ingda, and Ingong, had entered their strongest state. They had directly killed many of Ling Zhao's supreme puppets. Ling Xiao was surprised to see how fierce they were. He let the ghosts attack them. However, he found that the ghosts' soul power was like mud entering the sea. They couldn't deal with the 3 of them. The 3 of them should have the ability to defend against soul power attacks. These old guys are really hard to deal with. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Chapter 1570. He knew that the Dark Shadow clan had created a secret technique to defend against soul attacks in order to deal with the soul race. This secret technique was quite useful. Soul race members who were not at the same level as the Dark Shadow clan could not easily break through their defense. Little brat, give me my fourth brother's life. The shadow horse held the ancient god weapon in its hand and charged toward Ling Xiao. His aura was as terrifying as the sky. Unless there were 3 high-level supremes stopping him, no one would be able to stop such a powerful existence. He used the Dark Shadow secret technique and arrived above Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. He then attacked Ling Xiao to kill him. His strength was extremely terrifying. His oppressive aura made it hard for Ling Xiao to breathe. This aura was not any weaker than what Feng Qingyang had given him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the advantage in numbers. He immediately summoned 30 Supremes and attacked Shadow Horse at the same time. Shadow Horse almost collapsed when he saw the sudden appearance of 30 Supremes. He cursed in his heart, how many people has this little bastard controlled? He even has a divine weapon to hide them. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill this little bastard. I'll take all his divine treasures and make them mine. Shadow Horse's strength exploded to the extreme. He kept disappearing in front of the crowd. The next moment, someone would die. In just a short while, 5 or 6 of Ling Xiao's 30 puppets had died. Ling Xiao knew that the other party was too powerful. He had no choice but to summon all of them. More than 100 Supremes and the 11 sacred beasts suddenly appeared. The Dark Shadow clan members began to despair. The dozen or so Supremes who followed the 4 Dark Shadow clan brothers were directly besieged and killed. The 3 brothers, Ing Ma, Ing De, and Ing Gong, were all extremely shocked. Although they were powerful, Ling Xiao had 8 high-level supreme martial artists on his side, as well as so many mid-level and low-level supreme martial artists. How would they have the courage to kill all of them? Moreover, they did not know if the other party had other supremes. Second brother, third brother, you guys leave quickly. I'll meet up with you after I kill this little bastard. Shadow Horse shouted at his brothers. With that, he finally used his final trump card, intending to kill Ling Xiao. No one would be able to accept their own brother being killed on the spot. What's more, the 4 Ma De Gong Cheng brothers had been together through life and death for many years, so their relationship was naturally incomparably strong. The Shadow Horse soared into the sky, and behind it, 8 banner spears appeared. These 8 banner spears emitted a dense elemental energy, and they shot out in 8 different directions. They began to spin rapidly, forming a terrifying aura. Terrifying wind blades continuously shot out, and anyone who got close would immediately be minced into a pool of blood by these 8 banner spears. Swoosh! The 8 spears rotated in 8 different directions, and the power they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Little bastard, give me back my 4th brother's life. Shadow Horse waved his arms unceasingly. The 8 banner spears suddenly gathered from 8 different directions, forming an energy column that was tens of thousands of meters long, shooting towards Ling Xiao. This terrifying energy column directly opened a path. The god bodies of the incipient god realm experts who tried to stop this energy column exploded, and a lot of blood splashed unceasingly. Ling Xiao looked at the light column that suddenly dashed towards him, and his entire body had goosebumps. An unprecedented sense of danger made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice chamber. Even if Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, he did not have any time to dodge this formidable attack. That was because the other party had already locked onto his aura, making it impossible for him to escape at this moment. Ling Xiao could only stare at the light column, and he could not do anything. The other incipient god realm experts who came to help had their god bodies exploded, and the others could not catch up. Watch out! A clear and hurried voice arose in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao felt his entire body fly away, and an earth-shaking explosion reverberated where he stood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Although Ling Xiao was pushed away, the shockwave still sent him flying far away. His body cracked under the power of the explosion, and the pain was unbearable. Sister! Sister Piao Piao! Ling Xiao immediately remembered who had pushed him away. He couldn't help but scream hoarsely in fear. An indescribable pain attacked his entire body in just a blink of an eye. The pain on his body was nothing compared to this heartache. Shadow Horse hadn't succeeded in his first attack, and his aura had decreased a lot. Of course, it required a lot of god power to urge such a powerful attack. Anyway, he was at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and his fighting competence was still unparalleled. When he wanted to gather his energy to attack Ling Xiao again, dozens of incipient God Realm experts immediately launched their merciless attacks to stop him from attacking again. Yingji and Yinggong were trying their best to break out of the encirclement. When they saw that Shadow Horse's attack had failed, they immediately fell into the encirclement. The two of them wanted to return and help. Deji, we're coming to help you. Yingji and Yinggong shouted in fear. You guys go. Don't mind me. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. Shadow Horse continued to wave the 8 flagpoles, shouting in fear. With these 8 flagpoles, all the incipient God Realm experts couldn't approach him. They could only choose to attack from a distance. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had several high-level Supreme Realm experts on his side. Although they couldn't be compared to Shadow Horse, they could still deal a lot of damage to him. Yingji and Yinggong knew their brother's competence. They hesitated for a while and then decided to try their best to break the siege. Otherwise, they would die here. However, how could Ling Xiao let them go? He was already in the most indignant state. Because Lu Pia Piao had disappeared. She might have been smashed into pieces by that attack. After all, Lu Pia Piao's competence wasn't as good as his, let alone her defensive ability. The power of a peak Supreme Realm expert's pledge of life was so terrifying. Even if he wore a middle-grade ancient god weapon, he would die without a doubt. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay here and die. Ling Xiao's eyes were burning with anger. His energy surged, and an extremely thick murderous aura filled the air. At this moment, his god soul doppelganger rushed out. This god soul doppelganger was already on the verge of breaking through. His combat power had increased by 70 times, which was enough to fight against a high-level Supreme Realm expert. Ling Xiao's god soul didn't chase after Shadow Horse. Instead, he chased after Yingji and Yinggong. The two of them dealt with the attacks of Ling Xiao's Supreme Realm puppets, and kept breaking out of the encirclement. They were of the wind attribute, and their speed was extremely fast. When they attacked from the left and right, many terrifying wind blades flew out, forcing the lower-level Supreme Realm experts to retreat. Only the 4 high-level Supreme Realm experts could stop them. However, their shadow secret technique allowed them to hide in the cracks in the space, making it impossible for others to find them. This allowed them to hide further away step by step. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's side had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't immediately get rid of the pursuit. Ling Xiao's god soul was absolutely unpredictable when it was invisible. Moreover, the two of them were at the most tense moment, so it was even more impossible for them to notice Ling Xiao's approach. Ling Xiao's god soul approached first with Yinggong. He was constantly waving his divine weapon, blocking the attacks that were coming at him. Yinggong's defense was extremely strong. The energy sword shadow surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Other than high-level Supreme Realm experts, no one could break through his defense. At this moment, Ling Xiao commanded the 2 high-level Supreme Realm experts to attack Yinggong crazily, forcing him to block them with all his strength. His defense also started to show flaws. I'll kill all of you. Yinggong was extremely annoyed that he was entangled. He let out a cry and wanted to kill the 2 people in front of him so that he could charge out with all his strength. However, when he used his ultimate technique, Ling Xiao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally made his move. Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's fourth move, Burning Sun Breaking Sun. Ling Xiao blasted out the power of the 9 suns. Dazzling suns descended from the sky and attacked continuously. That power was as terrifying and frightening as the end of the world. The intense 9-colored flames of extreme yang were enough to burn the heavens and evaporate the seas, and break through the sky. Ingong was already unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. The terrifying burning sun energy that suddenly appeared behind him made him feel an extremely strong sense of fear. Without thinking, he shook off the 2 people in front of him, turned around, and slashed at the energy that was already close at hand. However, his counterattack was still half a beat too slow. Previously, he had also expended a lot of god power, so he was not at his peak state. Boom boom boom. The powerful forces collided and released powerful energy waves, causing the people in the surroundings to dodge. Pooh! Ingong only felt that his divine body had been attacked by the power. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he had already lost control of his body. Who is it? Ingong cried out in confusion. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's 2 high-level puppets had already raised their ancient god weapons and attacked him. After this move, Ingong started to fall into a disadvantageous position. He was forced into a difficult situation, and it was already impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. He was also like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, constantly paying attention to the invisible person. He didn't know when the invisible person would attack him again. His mind was in a mess. He was going to have a tragic ending. Right when he wanted to use the space slit to run away, a 2-colored finger light ambushed him from a place he couldn't imagine. This time, it was already too late for him to escape. The side of his body was ruthlessly blasted by the finger radiance. Ah! The finger light blended with the 2 kinds of energy, creating a destructive energy that was too strange and powerful. It burned and melted Ingong's god body, making him scream painfully. Ling Xiao's 2 supreme puppets seized the chance to attack him one more time. They directly smashed Ingong's body into pieces. Ingong's god soul, which had escaped, was swallowed by Ling Xiao's god soul in just a blink of an eye. The Shadow Horse and Ingong could feel that something had happened to their third brother. They couldn't help but scream, "Third brother!" The Shadow Horse wasn't afraid of death. It urged its god power to the highest realm and dashed towards Ingong's direction. Many incipient god realm experts who were blocking its way exploded. God blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 1571. Ling Xiao had killed 2 of the 4 brothers of the Dark Shadow clan, Ma Dao and Gong Cheng. Shadow Horse was on the verge of going berserk. However, his last bit of sanity prevented him from fighting to the death. Those were just puppets. Even if he killed them, it would be useless. It was all because of the kid with the Soul Clan's inheritance. However, he had more than 10 incipient God Realm experts to protect him. For the time being, he couldn't do anything to him. He could only try his best to save his second brother. He would definitely remember this grudge. After all, the Shadow Horse was the most powerful one here. The 8 spears followed it like a shadow. They kept attacking in all directions, forcing Ling Xiao's puppets to dodge. Just as Shadow Horse was about to reach Shadow, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger attacked Shadow in advance. "All of you, kill my sister Pia Piao." Ling Xiao commanded the supreme puppet masters to resist the attack of the Shadow Horse without any regard for their own lives, while his divine soul launched the fiercest attack on Ing. Shadow sensed the disappearance of his third brother's aura. His mind was extremely unstable. 5 or 6 people besieged him, preventing him from escaping. Suddenly, he was attacked by Ling Xiao's Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing Technique. He didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao's fists and palms were like the sky. With a terrifying aura, he smashed Shadow's divine body, which was a high-level supreme expert. When Shadow had recovered his god body and wanted to run away, the other puppets attacked him again. It made him more desperate. He wanted to use the same trick to escape into the space crack. However, Ling Xiao blasted him out of the space crack. Ling Xiao understood the Shadow's secret technique. They were just hiding at the edge of the space crack. As long as he could find the flaw, they would have nowhere to hide. Ling Xiao was angry because of Lu Piapiao's death. He used all of his power to the extreme. The power of the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing Technique was earth-shaking. Before Shadow could see who the enemy was, he was smashed. His god's soul didn't even have a chance to escape. Ling Xiao swallowed him alive. God damn it! You bastard, I will never let you go. Shadow Horse screamed painfully. He glared at Ling Xiao. He wanted to swallow him alive. You won't let me go. I won't let you go either. You killed my sister Pia Piao. You have to die with her. Ling Xiao was so angry that his eyes were red. In the past 2 years, he and Lu Piapiao had been together day and night. Their relationship had been developing rapidly. Although they hadn't broken that shackle, it wasn't enough to stop the surging feelings between them. After Ling Xiao had killed Shadow, he summoned all the supreme experts and incipient God realm experts of his to attack the Shadow Horse. The Shadow Horse was indeed very powerful. It swept through the surroundings with its 8 banner spears, and it was wearing a top-grade defensive armor. It was not struck down by so many people in a short period of time. Ling Xiao's spirit was waiting for an opportunity to strike again, but the situation suddenly changed at this moment. The Shadow Horse took out a crystal heart that was shaped like a heart. Rays of divine light flickered dazzlingly in the surroundings, causing everyone to be unable to look at it directly. The heart of the heavenly eye. This was a rare heaven-defying divine object that could emit the light of the heavenly eye. It could make everyone lose their sight for a short period of time, and it could also illuminate all invisible things or some evil things. As expected, Ling Xiao's spirit could no longer hide under the light of the heaven's eye. His eyes were also pierced by the light, causing him great pain. So it's you, you little bastard. I'm going to kill you. Ingma had never thought that someone would secretly attack him. When his 2 younger brothers died inexplicably, he finally realized that someone had ambushed them in the dark. Otherwise, his 2 brothers would not have died so easily. Shadow Horse found Ling Xiao's god soul. Seizing the chance when the others retreated, he attacked Ling Xiao's god soul. The 8 spears merged into one again. A 10,000-meter-long divine light dashed towards Ling Xiao's god soul. The power of this attack was much more formidable than the previous one. Many spaces were torn apart. Many chaotic energy flows flew everywhere. Many supreme incipient God realm experts had their god bodies explode under this attack. In just a blink of an eye, the power of this attack had reached Ling Xiao's god soul. Although Ling Xiao's divine soul couldn't see outside, he had already sensed a terrifying force approaching. He had already practiced the stormy wind movement technique to the extreme, and he quickly retreated. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge this attack. It wasn't easy to dodge the attack of a peak supreme expert to kill someone. Old fool, you think you can deal with me? Blow him up for me. Ling Xiao's real body was far away, so he could see everything. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his god's soul, so he immediately ordered his puppets. The few middle-level supreme beings and low-level supreme beings near the Shadow Horse charged towards the Shadow Horse, while the other puppets scattered in all directions. The auras of those few people were already extremely powerful. The Shadow Horse wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. However, when 7 or 8 supreme experts dashed towards him, he had a bad premonition. Not good. They want to explode themselves. The Shadow Horse finally knew what was going on. He changed his face and shouted in fright. He hurried to withdraw his energy to dodge. The self-explosion of a middle-level supreme expert at incipient God realm could threaten a high-level supreme expert. However, there were several middle-level and low-level supreme experts exploding at the same time. The power was enough to make a peak supreme expert like him jump in fright. Rumble. Rumble. When the shadow horse withdrew his attack, the 7 or 8 supreme experts at incipient god realm exploded their god bodies at the same time, causing the entire space to explode into a vacuum. All the turbulence was swept away, and all the energy was dispersed by the ripples. This caused the space to reverberate and didn't calm down for a long time. As the energy reverberated, an angry voice viciously said, "Little bastard, this old man will take revenge sooner or later." A ray of crimson light instantly disappeared into the void. The 8 spears followed suit. Their speed was so fast that no one could catch them. In the end, only the shadow horse escaped from the 4 brothers. The other 3 were killed, and the dozen people who followed them were also killed. In this battle, Ling Zhao's side lost 30 to 40 people. More than half of them were killed by the shadow horse. Many of them were severely injured, and their god bodies couldn't fully recover. If Ling Zhao hadn't collected these puppets, he would have died under the hands of the 4 brothers. Sister Pia Piao. Ling Zhao looked at the shadow horse that was running away. He faced the sky and roared unwillingly. A crystal drop of water that hadn't appeared for many years quietly dripped from the corner of his eyes. No matter how many puppets died, Ling Zhao wouldn't feel bad. However, Lu Piapiao's death made his heart ache to the extreme. He now found that Lu Piapiao had a very important place in his heart. "Ling Zhao, what are you shouting for?" A cold and sweet voice came from behind Ling Zhao. He saw a beautiful figure walking in the air. Her aura was much weaker, and her face was pale. However, she was still intact and didn't have many injuries. Sister Pia Piao. Ling Zhao turned around to look at the beautiful figure and screamed. Then, his figure flashed and he came to Lu Piapiao's side. The next moment, Ling Zhao did something that Lu Piapiao didn't expect. He hugged her tightly in his arms and said affectionately, "Sister Piapiao, I thought you were already, you didn't die. That's great. You can't risk your life for me in the future. Do you understand? If you die, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Lu Piapiao didn't expect Ling Zhao to say such words. She couldn't adapt to it all of a sudden. An unprecedented feeling of sweetness and warmth flowed through her heart. Lu Piapiao's delicate hands hesitated for a moment and hugged Ling Zhao's waist tightly. Her hot cheeks were buried in Ling Zhao's arms. She asked softly, "Do you really care about me so much?" "Of course, even if I die, I don't want you to die." Ling Zhao said resolutely. Ling Zhao couldn't deceive himself. When he thought that Lu Piapiao had died, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Therefore, he no longer suppressed the feelings in his heart and released them all at this moment. A smile immediately appeared on Lu Piapiao's face. Her rosy cheeks had already reached her ears. She hugged Ling Zhao tightly and greedily inhaled Ling Zhao's manly scent. A feeling of happiness came to her heart. She felt that it was not in vain to block the blow for Ling Zhao. Of course, she did not block the blow for Ling Zhao on impulse. It was because she was wearing a top-notch defensive divine garment given to her by Feng Qingyang. Therefore, she was able to block the terrible attack repeatedly without dying. After a long time, Ling Zhao pushed Lu Piapiao away a little. He held her blushing face with both hands and kissed her bright red lips. Lu Piapiao's body trembled slightly. Her closed eyes kept trembling. Ling Zhao breathed in Lu Piapiao's cool clove fragrance. After a long time, his desire rose again. His thick palms kept caressing Lu Piapiao's back. From time to time, his hands would fall under her jade-like buttocks and knead the perky part. Oh! Lu Piapiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body became soft. She hugged Ling Zhao's waist tightly and could not help but let out a soft moan. It was the first time that she had been treated like this by a man. That unprecedented feeling made her feel shy and expectant. She faintly felt that it was wonderful and desired to be closer to this man. She slowly began to respond to Ling Zhao's kiss and tried hard to enjoy the feeling of being in contact with him. She did not know when Ling Zhao's hand had suddenly grabbed her chest. Her body trembled and she could not help but let out a moan. She could not help but hold Ling Xiao's hand and whispered, "No, don't." Ling Xiao stared at her and said with a faint smile, "Sister Pia Piao, follow me and be my woman in the future. I will protect you for the rest of your life." Lu Pia Piao looked at Ling Xiao. She could see his sincerity and Ling Xiao's intentions. She shyly buried her head in Ling Xiao's arms and said softly, "In this life, Pia Piao will be your woman." After saying that, her delicate hand that was holding Ling Xiao's thick palm quietly loosened. That thick palm once again pressed against that plump area without any hesitation. Chapter 1572. In the boundless outer space, the five elements explosions were everywhere. No king god realm expert could survive in such an environment. A ghost beast was approaching from a distance. Surprisingly, this ghost beast had reached the middle level of level 11. It moved as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. In just a few blinks, it had crossed more than 100,000 meters. A handsome man and a beautiful woman were leaning on this ghost beast. They were passionately in love. They were none other than Ling Xiao and Lu Pia Piao, who had just broken through the last layer of their relationship. Ling Xiao looked so devilishly charming. His smug smile made people want to beat him up. It was as if he was afraid that people didn't know that he had won the heart of another peerless beauty. As for Lu Pia Piao, she was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. She looked even more beautiful and her face was no longer meticulous. Instead, there was a happy smile on her face. Her delicate face was flushed from time to time. No matter who it was, they would be moved by her. When a man and a woman fell in the river of love, no matter what kind of environment they were in, they would always feel comfortable and beautiful. After killing the three great masters of the Dark Shadow clan, Ling Xiao and Lu Pia Piao had waited for several more groups of pirates to come to their door. They had replenished the number of his puppet army. However, these numbers couldn't reach the 200 that Ling Xiao had expected. They only had around 150 people. After all, the number of incipient God realm experts was limited and there weren't many pirates. Some of them wanted to capture Lu Pia Piao because they saw a beautiful woman. Thus, they were captured by Ling Xiao and used as his puppets. Thus, Ling Xiao spent almost 1 year to go to the disaster area again. During this time, Ling Xiao had absorbed the high-level god souls of the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan and the god souls of the dead incipient god realm experts. Finally, his god soul had broken through the limit and reached the high-level supreme realm. With Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger's battle prowess increased by 70 times, ordinary high-level supreme martial artists wouldn't be a match for it. Only those supreme martial artists in the late or peak realm would be able to make him feel pressured. It could be said that although Ling Xiao's physical body realm was still at a low level, his physical body and soul were already strong enough to challenge a high-level supreme being. Thus, he wouldn't have to worry about running away from an expert of a higher level than him. Moreover, his puppet army was more than enough to wipe out many forces. Ling Xiao didn't think that his puppets could defeat the heaven-devouring locust, but he didn't want to wait any longer. He had to rescue the colorful tree as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. Along the way, apart from enjoying sex with Lu Pia Piao occasionally, Ling Xiao was working on the 8th move of the Imperial Dragon skill. Since he had seen the power of the Shadow Horse's 8 flags, Ling Xiao had some understanding. He had cultivated 5 elements at the same time. Could he divide these 5 elements to attack at the same time? Could he combine them to attack at the same time? This kind of secret attack was actually similar to the divine technique that his teacher, the evil emperor, had created. His teacher could attack with 5 elements at the same time. Ling Xiao used to communicate with the evil emperor, so he understood the method of combining the 5 elements into one. The divine technique in his body was derived from this method. Therefore, Ling Xiao used more than a year's time to finally create the 8th form. 5 dragons become 1. This was the 8th move of Ling Xiao's Imperial Dragon skill. Golden Dragon, fire dragon, ice dragon, wood dragon, and wind dragon. The 5 energy forms could be divided to attack, or they could be combined to become a 5-color dragon. It could roar for millions of miles, sweep through countless spaces, and destroy any stars. Its power was definitely the most powerful among the 8 moves. However, to use this move, with Ling Xiao's strength at the peak of the low level, he was afraid that he could only use it once or twice before his divine power was exhausted. He couldn't use it anymore. However, if he used his blood, flesh, and godly soul, he could use it repeatedly. After all, the level of the blood, flesh, and godly soul was much stronger than the physical body. Ling Xiao became more and more confident. At this stage, only those at the peak level could have the power to fight with him. He had a kind of urgency to meet a supreme martial artist at the peak like the Shadow Horse again. He wanted to have a good fight with him to verify his current combat power. Ling Xiao knew the priorities of the matter. He didn't look around for opponents, but he brought Lu Piapiao closer to the disaster area. Lu Piapiao also knew what Ling Xiao was going to do. She now understood Ling Xiao more and more. She would support whatever he did from the bottom of her heart. "Husband, are we just going to rush in like this?" Lu Piapiao asked while holding Ling Xiao. Now that they were very close to the disaster area, their divine senses could hear a buzzing sound coming from afar. This should be the sound made by the heaven-devouring locust. In the distant space, there must be a sky full of heaven-devouring locust. If they rushed in directly, they would be directly drowned by them. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, "Naturally, we can't rush in like this. This is enough. Let me see which space I should go to first." After saying that, Ling Xiao came down from the ghost's body. He took out the illusionary mirror stone and began to inject energy into it. He could see everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Lu Piapiao was already used to Ling Xiao's divine objects. She swept over and began to look at the things inside the illusionary mirror stone with Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the two of them looked at the scene inside the illusionary mirror stone. They immediately felt their scalps go numb and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They saw many heaven-devouring locusts the size of a human flying above a land space. They kept gnawing on the dead tree trunks that had lost their life essence. There were even more things that had no life to gnaw on and were killing each other. Many of them kept searching outside the space, trying to find their favorite plants to gnaw on. Unfortunately, their levels were not high. Many of them were killed by the impact of the turbulence in the extraterritorial space. However, a small number of them were lucky enough to survive. They could drift to other space lands, reproduce, and destroy all the vitality in that space. The densely packed heaven-devouring locusts were frighteningly large. A large area of space was completely covered by them, forming a surging green mist. The two of them took a deep breath and stabilized their minds. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "These heaven-devouring locusts are too terrifying. The number is really overwhelming. Yes, even if we rush over, I'm afraid we can't kill them all at once. Instead, we may be devoured by them." Lu Piapiao said, feeling like vomiting. Ling Xiao did not answer. He changed a few positions in a row and then held the exquisite leaf in his hand to sense. Finally, there was a strong sense in a place with the most heaven-devouring locust. The exquisite leaf almost wanted to leave his hand. Found it. It turns out that the 9-colored exquisite tree is in the center of the land space. Ling Xiao exclaimed. After going through many dangers and hardships, he finally found the location of the 9-colored exquisite tree. As long as he could rescue it, he could obtain the wood primordial stone. At that time, he only needed the light, dark, and thunder primordial stones to gather all 9 types of primordial stones. However, now he was facing the biggest problem. How to kill all these heaven-devouring locusts? It must be known that the 9-colored exquisite tree was in the center. It was undoubtedly difficult to get close to it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had prepared before coming. In addition to the purple-black fire, he had also collected many ancient trees. He planned to use the essence of the ancient trees to lure the heaven-devouring locust out. Their levels were not high. The low-level ones ranged from rank 3 to 5. The high-level ones ranged from rank 6 to rank 8. There were few that were above rank 9. As long as they were lured out of the original land space and into the boundless extraterritorial space, they could be completely destroyed by the turbulent astral winds. In this way, he could first kill a portion of the heaven-devouring locust, and then disintegrate them step by step. This would probably take up a lot of time. After having a plan, Ling Xiao began to act. They once again moved forward a lot. They were already quite close to the space where the heaven-devouring locust were. If they smelled their blood, they would probably rush over and devour them all. Ling Xiao summoned several fire attribute Supreme Being puppets and let them carry many ancient trees as they advanced for nearly 10,000 miles. Sure enough, when they got close, the heaven-devouring locust beneath the land space sensed them. One by one, like hungry wolves, they charged out from below. Buzz! In an instant, tens of thousands of them turned into a green-black cloud and surged out. The land space was different from the space where humans lived. There was a powerful barrier that isolated them. They could easily rush out and reach the extraterritorial space. It was just that their levels were too low. The moment they reached the extraterritorial space, most of them were immediately swept away by the turbulent energy and died. Only a few rank 9 and rank 10 locusts could resist a little, and they rushed towards Ling Xiao's puppets. They had antennae on their heads, and their eyes glowed with a deep green light. They opened their mouths and let out strange cries, and their wings flapped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts were reduced to only a few thousand. Even if they rushed over, they would only die. The fire attribute Supreme Beings immediately sent out waves of fire, completely incinerating them. The death of these tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts was like a drop in the ocean, not even worth mentioning. Many heaven-devouring locusts sensed the abnormality and finally moved out. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of them rushed out from that place. The Supreme Being puppets began to launch powerful attacks. A large sea of fire appeared, and countless fiery meteorites rushed out from all directions. Rumble, rumble. The battle to exterminate the heaven-devouring locust quietly began. Looks like these heaven-devouring locusts don't have much intelligence. They will definitely die if they rush out of that space for food. Ling Xiao looked at the scene inside the illusory mirror stone and laughed lightly. No, look, there are finally those heaven-devouring locust kings coming out. I'm afraid they are the truly terrifying existences. Lu Piapiao pointed in a direction and exclaimed. Ling Xiao also began to pay attention to that direction. There were actually more than 10 relatively large heaven-devouring locusts. They had already reached the rank 11 realm. They ignored the attacks of the turbulent energy and pounced towards the puppets. Chapter 1573. The heaven-devouring locust was not a species with a long lifespan, but they had the strongest reproductive ability. Almost every heaven-devouring locust could give birth to tens of thousands of offspring every year. Their level was low, but the speed of their advancement was faster than other beasts. They only needed to keep gnawing on the plants and absorbing energy to continue advancing. Among the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring locusts, it was not unusual for there to be a level 11 heaven-devouring locust. They were much larger than the other heaven-devouring locust, and they directly rushed towards the few sovereign puppets that were carrying the ancient trees. Behind them were thousands of level 10 and level 9 heaven-devouring locusts, and their momentum was quite turbulent. The heaven-devouring locusts' attack power was not very strong, and they mainly bullied the few with numbers. They would always swarm together. Therefore, these thousands of heaven-devouring locusts above the level 9 level, under the protection of the level 11 heaven-devouring locust, had already surrounded Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets. They constantly spat out an extremely sticky green liquid. This liquid was called locust fluid. In addition to its strong stickiness, it also carried a strong toxicity. Ordinary creatures that came into contact with it would soon be poisoned to the point of numbness and ulceration. Ling Xiao ordered the few sovereign puppets to immediately retreat in one direction, luring them out. This strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain was very effective. Many level 9 and level 10 heaven-devouring locusts died under the impact of the turbulent forces, and their numbers immediately decreased by a lot. At this time, Ling Xiao immediately sent another 10 sovereign puppets to help them kill the heaven-devouring locust in front of them first. The heaven-devouring locust that rushed out at the front was not enough to kill Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets. Their combat power was not comparable to the heaven-devouring locust. Moreover, there was a natural barrier here that could be used. The heaven-devouring locust could not form a siege at all, and were destroyed by the astral winds here. The other dozen or so level 11 heaven-devouring locusts were considered strong, and their speed was relatively fast. They all rushed towards the sovereign puppets holding the ancient trees, and their eyes were all on the ancient trees. They had not eaten plants for a long time, and could not wait to devour these ancient trees. However, the strength of these supreme puppets was still quite strong, and their fire attribute was the bane of these heaven-devouring locusts. Before they could give chase, they were trapped and burned by the sea of fire that the supreme puppet had conjured together. Soon after, the 10 supremes who had just joined the battle quickly joined forces to kill them as well. They used the same trick again and attracted a lot of heaven-devouring locusts to their deaths. Ling Xiao summoned the other supreme puppets and spread them out. They all took out ancient trees to lure the heaven-devouring locusts out. This method was quite effective. After a few days, hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts were eliminated. The number of heaven-devouring locusts that had been eliminated seemed to be quite a lot, but compared to the number of heaven-devouring locusts, it was still a drop in the bucket. It seemed like their numbers had not decreased at all. In the distance, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao, who had been watching all this, seemed a little dispirited. "Husband, I don't think it's a good idea to go on like this." Lu Piapiao opened her red lips and said, "What good suggestions do you have?" Ling Xiao held her slender waist and sniffed her hair. "Why don't we destroy those land spaces so that they don't even have a place to stay? By then, most of them will definitely be destroyed by the power of the turbulence here. Wouldn't it be faster to get rid of them?" Lu Piapiao suggested. Ling Xiao patted his forehead and exclaimed, "Yes, why didn't I think of this method? As long as dozens of them work together, it is not a problem to destroy a land space. In the end, only the land space with the 9-colored exquisite tree will be left. Then, everything will be easy." After saying that, Ling Xiao immediately summoned 50 supreme puppets and prepared to start the destruction of the land space in front of them. They did not know that they had finally caused big trouble. Dozens of supreme martial artists worked together. Their divine power was boundless, and their power was boundless. It was enough to destroy any sun, moon, and stars. The colorful power of the turbulence of space fell from the sky like meteors and blasted toward the disaster area in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. The land in front of them was instantly riddled with holes by the dozens of powerful forces. Countless heaven-devouring locusts were immediately blown into smithereens. Many turbulent forces instantly rushed towards the land. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were thrown into chaos, and they were all crushed to death by these violent forces. The number of heaven-devouring locusts was too large. Eventually, many of them were spared. They rushed toward the supreme martial artists, and a lot of green liquid kept splashing out. They intended to counterattack the humans who attacked them. However, Ling Xiao ordered them not to fight with force. Instead, they quickly retreated and fought with them in the extraterritorial area. First, they would consume their numbers, and then they would attack the undead heaven-devouring locusts. The first battle was the first victory. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were destroyed. Many of them flew to other land spaces. There were also many who discovered the existence of Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao and suddenly rushed toward them. However, there were only a few hundred of them. Ling Xiao sent a few more supreme martial artist puppets to destroy them. Pia Piao, your plan succeeded. You are really my good wife. As long as we destroy a few more land spaces, we will reach the 9-colored exquisite tree. Then, we can go back as soon as possible. Ling Xiao pulled Lu Pia Piao and kissed her with a smile. Don't be careless. If there are advanced rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts, then we will still be in trouble. It's better to be careful and take it step by step. Lu Pia Piao suggested. Ling Xiao nodded and let all the supreme martial artist puppets return for the time being to recover their divine power before carrying out the next destruction operation. However, at this time, there was some movement in the nearby land space. Many heaven-devouring locusts kept hissing and crouched down toward the most central position. Several heaven-devouring locusts that were bigger than ordinary rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts appeared. They were the most powerful existence among the heaven-devouring locusts. They had already reached advanced rank 11, and there were even 1 or 2 that had reached the peak of rank 11. They sent out signals that were difficult for other races to understand. Then, all the heaven-devouring locusts that had reached rank 10 and above gathered together. Each realm that reached the rank of rank 10 was counted in the tens of thousands. It was unknown how many creatures they had devoured to reach this rank. Naturally, the number of rank 11 realms was also very large. With a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 of them. They actually came out from the various land spaces and rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao and the others. Buzz buzz. The sound of the heaven-devouring locusts reverberated endlessly, causing the power of many space turbulence to ripple. The heaven-devouring locusts that rushed out from several large land spaces were the most elite existences. There were a total of hundreds of thousands of them. Oh no, they are gathering to deal with us. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. What should we do? Why don't we withdraw from here first? Lu Pia Piao responded. No, we can't go. These should be the most powerful existence of the heaven-devouring locusts. As long as they are destroyed, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao shook his head firmly. But if they come together, we can't stop them. Lu Pia Piao said worriedly. Don't worry, we can do it. But we should really retreat a little further. It's best to go to a place where the fire property turbulence is more concentrated. It will be more advantageous for us to fight. Ling Xiao replied. Then, he put away the illusionary mirror stone and retreated with the others to a space not far away where there was a fire property turbulence. They quietly waited for the heaven-devouring locusts to come. These heaven-devouring locusts were led by several heaven-devouring locusts. Before they reached Ling Xiao, they sprayed a powerful green liquid at him. It was almost like a green cloud covering the space, dyeing it into a large area of green ink. Ling Xiao had already summoned many of the supreme puppets. He shouted in shock, "Attack together!" These heaven-devouring locusts were not good at attacking, but they won in large numbers. The power of their attack could be said to be terrifying. It was enough to corrode the impact of many turbulence. Ling Xiao and the others attacked while retreating. They must not be touched by the poisonous green liquid. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was quick-witted and knew how to choose a natural stronghold. The fire property turbulence played a great role and destroyed most of the green liquid. Destroy them with all your strength. Ling Xiao ordered again. About 150 supreme puppets attacked together again. The terrible power of the turbulence of colorful lights suddenly appeared, and many cracks in the space were blasted. Meteors of fire, sharp metal energy, hail, meteorites, all these powers exploded at the heaven-devouring locusts. After a wave of attack, thousands of heaven-devouring locusts died in an instant. But no matter how powerful their attack was, there was always a time when they would be broken through. There were already hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts in front of them, biting them. They had all reached level 11, and there were many mid-level and high-level existences. Several low-level supreme martial artists were unable to kill them all at once, and were instead devoured into their stomachs. Dragon 5th, prodigal, kill them. Ling Xiao already knew that there was no way to retreat now. The outcome of this battle depended on whether they could extract the 9-colored ringed dragon tree. Dragon Fifth and the prodigal finally made their move. Dragon Fifth directly transformed into his true form. His dragon body, which was thousands of meters long, glowed with a golden light. With a wave of his dragon tail, he charged at the heaven-devouring locusts, and in an instant, hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts were smashed into pieces. He spat out another mouthful of golden light, which could destroy hundreds and thousands of heaven-devouring locusts that were below level 11. His domineering power was definitely comparable to a high-level supreme martial artist. As for the prodigal, he had already reached level 11 half a year ago. The dark purple flames on his body were the nemesis of the heaven-devouring locusts. He roared and spat out a mouthful of purple flames, which instantly formed a large sea of fire, burning the heaven-devouring locusts until they screamed in pain. Chapter 1574. The prodigal had just reached the 11th rank. His fighting spirit was high, and he spat out mouthfuls of flames that burned in all directions. His strong fire aura and threatening flames became the bane of many heaven-devouring locusts. However, the heaven-devouring locusts were able to block the prodigal's flames. They spat out a mouthful of green liquid and actually managed to extinguish the flames on the prodigal's body. It even covered the flames on the prodigal's body until they dimmed. If it wasn't for the fact that it escaped quickly, it would have been completely glued to the green liquid, unable to move. It roared a few times and hurriedly avoided these heaven-devouring locusts. Then, it burned the other heaven-devouring locusts. At this time, Lu Piapiao also began to join the battle. Her swordsmanship was elegant and agile. Many wind blades flew in all directions, and the limbs of many heaven-devouring locusts flew everywhere. Ling Xiao first ordered a few high-level supreme martial artists to deal with the heaven-devouring locusts, and then he used all his trump cards. The demonic heavenly fire bead turned into a firebird and swept towards the heaven-devouring locusts. Its lethality was no less than that of the prodigal. The connate's sinister wind bead also turned into a black storm. Like a natural disaster, it entangled many heaven-devouring locusts together, corroding and destroying them. The battle had already caused the sky and earth to darken, and it was incomparably intense. Large numbers of heaven-devouring locusts were destroyed, but Ling Xiao's supreme martial artist puppets were also gradually decreasing. After all, there were too many heaven-devouring locusts. Once they got close, even a supreme martial artist's divine body could be bitten to pieces. Ling Xiao finally launched an attack. He split into two and used the 9-sun sky-burning fists. Almost a single punch smashed a large number of heaven-devouring locusts. "I don't believe that I can't destroy all of you disgusting things." Ling Xiao roared angrily. His combat power was raised to the extreme. He swore to destroy all of these heaven-devouring locusts. Ling Xiao's divine soul charged towards the heaven-devouring locusts. They were the leaders of these heaven-devouring locusts. Only by destroying them would the other heaven-devouring locusts not be able to form an effective attack. There were more than 10 heaven-devouring locusts here. 3 of them had reached the peak of the 11th rank, and the rest were high-level 11th rank. Even if their combat prowess wasn't that great, it was enough to give Ling Xiao's high-level sovereign puppets a headache. Ling Xiao did not fight them to the death. Instead, he pointed at the twin dragon fiendish wind. Streaks of mysterious destructive energy directly pierced through their defenses and landed on their bodies. Finally, they could no longer endure it and began to scream. They continuously tumbled in the air, trying to force the energy out. Fortunately, their green liquid could slow down the destructive power, so they didn't die immediately. One of the peak sky-devouring locusts discovered Ling Xiao's doppelganger that was hiding. It flew towards Ling Xiao, and a green liquid fell on his head. Ordinary high-level supreme martial artists might not be able to react in time, and it was very likely that they would be enveloped by the green liquid, unable to move. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, and his combat prowess was increased by 70 times. He easily dodged it, and he had already swept behind it. A foot with a fiery glow stomped heavily on its back. Ling Xiao's foot was so domineering that even if it was a heaven-devouring locust, it would still be stomped to death. Ling Xiao's foot sank into the body of the heaven-devouring locust, and a thick green liquid actually instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao's foot. Many toxins wanted to invade Ling Xiao's skin and flesh. Ling Xiao's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately withdrew his foot. A wave of flames immediately expelled the green liquid, evaporating the toxins. However, he discovered that the green liquid was very difficult to deal with. Even if he used the heavenly fire to expel it, he actually couldn't get rid of it in a short period of time. At this time, the injured heaven-devouring locust turned around and bit towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in a daze. His lower body was bitten, and he was almost swallowed by the heaven-devouring locust. Fortunately, his physical body was comparable to an ancient divine weapon. The heaven-devouring locust's bite was really unable to crush Ling Xiao's divine body. Die! Ling Xiao gathered power on his finger, and he pointed at the forehead of the heaven-devouring locust. The power of the double dragon wind in a short distance was terrifying, and it directly blew up the head of the heaven-devouring locust. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body had been by Lu Piapiao's side. He didn't want anything to happen to Lu Piapiao. Killing these heaven-devouring locusts with her could play a role in helping her. The more Ling Xiao and the others killed, the more unbearable they became. The heaven-devouring locusts seemed to be endless, and they flew out from many spaces one after another. It was really huge and terrifying. The number of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets had been greatly reduced. More than half of the 150 were dead or injured, and each of them had consumed a lot of divine power. Fortunately, they had killed nearly 100,000 rank 10 heaven-devouring locusts. They thought that they could get rid of them completely, but unexpectedly, there were more and more of them, as if their numbers had never decreased. Ling Xiao and the others didn't know how long they had been killing. It seemed like one day, but it also seemed like 7 days had passed. They were already numb to the eyes. At this moment, Lu Piapiao was already slightly exhausted. She exclaimed to Ling Xiao, "My husband, we can't go on like this. Let's retreat first." So many supreme puppets had died, and the heaven-devouring locusts still rushed out from various spaces, as if there was no end to them. She felt that she couldn't take it anymore. "Don't worry, I still have a big kill. Hold on a little longer, let them come a little more, and we can kill them all in one go." Ling Xiao's real body had already killed countless heaven-devouring locusts with the ice and fire sword in his hand. He had already felt that there were more and more heaven-devouring locusts, and they were all existences above rank 10. They seemed to have turned out in full force. As more and more heaven-devouring locusts appeared, the number did not decrease, but increased. It had actually reached hundreds of thousands. Such a terrifying number could probably make all the forces in the world feel numb. It was no wonder that the heaven-devouring locust disaster in the heaven region could force all the human clan and beast clan to unite to deal with them. This was enough to destroy Ling Xiao and the others. If it wasn't for the prodigal and the demon heavenly fire pearl constantly burning these heaven-devouring locusts, causing them to burn as soon as they touched them, Ling Xiao and the others would not have been able to hold on until now. "Everyone, throw the ancient trees." At this moment, Ling Xiao finally began to order the final kill. After receiving Ling Xiao's order, all the remaining supreme puppets threw out all the ancient trees they had stored in their space rings at the same time. Countless ancient trees flew towards these heaven-devouring locusts. There were tens of thousands of them, and they immediately attracted the attention of these heaven-devouring locusts. They all showed greedy looks and gave up attacking Ling Xiao and the others. Instead, they pounced on these ancient trees. They were most interested in this kind of plant, which was the most important food for their lives and could help them advance and become stronger. This was why they went around looking for plants to gnaw on at all costs. Not only these powerful heaven-devouring locusts went crazy, but even the weaker heaven-devouring locusts that stayed in the space smelled the fresh smell, which made them go crazy. They had not gnawed on plants for a long time. They had been gnawing on those stones, and they couldn't hold on any longer. Buzz! Millions, tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts rushed out from the land. The scene was so overwhelming that it made anyone's scalp tingle. Tens of thousands of ancient trees seemed to be a lot, but in front of these huge numbers of heaven-devouring locusts, it seemed extremely scarce. Therefore, many heaven-devouring locusts ignored their companions and began to fight fiercely, devouring and killing each other. The lower-level heaven-devouring locusts rushed out from the land space and were immediately attacked by many turbulent forces, causing most of them to be wiped out immediately. At this moment, Ling Xiao shouted again, "Everyone, come back!" Ling Xiao called out and put away all the supreme puppets. Even Lu Piao was kept away by him, not letting her stay outside. The innate chilling wind bead returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, while the demon heavenly fire bead and the prodigal son were left outside. The flames around Ling Xiao's body shone brightly, and his strength was raised to the extreme. He used his divine soul doppelganger to lift the obsidian cauldron, which had grown countless times in an instant. Ling Xiao's ultimate killing weapon was revealed at this moment. "Burn it for me!" Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. His divine soul doppelganger tilted the obsidian cauldron towards the heaven-devouring locusts that were crazily fighting for food. His palm slammed heavily on the bottom of the obsidian cauldron. Pung! The huge obsidian cauldron was like an apocalyptic volcano eruption, and the mouth of the cauldron spewed out an extreme purple-black flame. The purple-black flame instantly attacked the heaven-devouring locust in front of them. Just by coming into contact with the heaven-devouring locust, they were immediately burned into ashes and disappeared. Buzz! Many heaven-devouring locusts felt the danger and fled in disorder. Many of the weaker ones were killed by the other higher-level ones. In an instant, a large number of heaven-devouring locusts were burned by the purple-black flame, and most of them were killed by their companions. In the most concentrated area, there was a large sea of fire. Many rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts were touched by the sparks and immediately cried out in pain. Many of them fled, implicating many heaven-devouring locusts. Looking from afar, one could only see a purplish-black fire spreading in all directions in this space with the momentum of a prairie fire. The atmosphere here instantly became extremely hot. The purple-black flame was the most original flame, and it had reached the point where there was nothing it could not burn. No matter what kind of creature approached it, it would not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao had already retreated far away. He let out a light sigh and looked at this scene with satisfaction. He had planned for many years, and finally, he had taken care of these heaven-devouring locusts. These high-level heaven-devouring locusts were the strongest existences in this disaster zone. As long as they were killed, the other heaven-devouring locust would no longer be a threat. This is not the end of the locust plague. Do you really think this king can't do anything to you? Ling Xiao laughed heartily. After a long time, the heaven-devouring locust in this space had either died or fled. They had completely disappeared, and only traces of purple-black flame were still burning. Chapter 1575. The heaven-devouring locust was a species that made people pale. It was a creature of disaster that could destroy all living things. Now, the heaven-devouring locust queens and the heaven-devouring locust king were burned to death by the purple-black fire, unable to harm the world. Of course, many heaven-devouring locusts were still alive in the nearby land spaces, but they felt the power of fire that made them completely afraid. They did not dare to move rashly, and they were filled with incomparable fear. These high-level heaven-devouring locusts were mostly burned. Ling Xiao did not care anymore and summoned all the remaining supreme puppets. They began to descend onto the land spaces and clean up the low-level heaven-devouring locust. This time, Ling Xiao did not destroy the land space, because he wanted to find some divine items from the place where the heaven-devouring locust gathered. There would be locust eggs in the nest of the heaven-devouring locust queen, and these eggs could hatch into many heaven-devouring locusts. For those with malicious intentions, they would naturally hatch the locust eggs and use them for their own use. At that time, they could sweep the world. However, such people would not be able to raise the heaven-devouring locust in the end, and would instead be devoured by them. Ling Xiao naturally did not look for these locust eggs to hatch them, but to absorb the essence of the locust eggs. These locust eggs contained the pure wood-life essence of the heaven-devouring locust queen. Each locust egg was enough to increase one's life force by a lot. Ling Xiao planned to collect all of them to help him suddenly reach the level of a middle-stage supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao and the others swept through a land space with tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts. It was difficult to find any level 11 locusts among these heaven-devouring locusts. Naturally, they could not withstand the destruction of Ling Xiao and the others. Moreover, with the prodigal son and the demonic heavenly fire pearl, the two fire sources, it was enough to burn them to ashes. Ling Xiao stepped through the nests of many heaven-devouring locusts and harvested many locust eggs, which made him ecstatic. These locust eggs were full of essence energy. Even when he borrowed them to absorb the essence, he felt unusually surging. After all, each locust egg could hatch into tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts, and contained 1/5 of the wood essence of the heaven-devouring locust queen. When Ling Xiao had finished sweeping a piece of land, he still gave the order to destroy it completely. Only God knew where the heaven-devouring locust was. By destroying it and not giving the heaven-devouring locust any chance of survival, he would be doing a good deed for the world. This was to prevent these heaven-devouring locusts from doing anything disastrous in the future. After sweeping through several spaces, Ling Xiao finally approached the space where the 9-colored exquisite divine tree was located. That space was also densely packed with heaven-devouring locusts, and their numbers were 2 times more than the other land spaces. The exquisite leaf in Ling Xiao's hand kept flashing with a 9-colored light, giving Ling Xiao a sense of urgency. "Looks like it's here," Ling Xiao said after taking a deep breath. Finally, he was close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. This meant that the wood genesis stone was close at hand. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to barge in like he did in the other spaces. There were not many heaven-devouring locusts here, and they were far away from Ling Xiao's previous position, so it was difficult to lure them out. Before this, Ling Xiao had already lost most of the purple-black fire in his cauldron. In the end, he did not get much back. If he directly brought the purple-black fire into this space, he could also eliminate these heaven-devouring locusts. However, he was afraid that doing so would also burn the 9-colored exquisite tree to death. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao let the prodigal son, the demon heavenly fire bead, and the innate wind bead rush into the land space and turn it upside down. Once the heaven-devouring locusts were touched by the heaven fire, they could start a prairie fire. First, they could exterminate the heaven-devouring locusts, and then they could drive them out to relieve the pressure on the 9-colored exquisite tree. Then, they could act according to the situation. With a plan, Ling Xiao immediately ordered them to rush into that space. Peng peng. 2 heavenly fires and a black storm were like thunder on the flat ground. In an instant, they burned and rolled up the heaven-devouring locusts in that space. Buzz buzz. Many heaven-devouring locusts were triggered, and they instantly burst into chaos. It was a complete mess. Ling Xiao and the others stayed far away from this area. They were waiting for the high-level heaven-devouring locusts to rush out and kill them. There were quite a number of rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts here. Ling Xiao and the others had gone through a great battle and lost 30 to 40 sovereign puppets before they managed to exterminate these high-level heaven-devouring locusts. The other heaven-devouring locusts were no longer a threat. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao began to enter the space-land space. Under the guidance of the exquisite leaf, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao came to a place that was still covered by many heaven-devouring locusts. There were still several heaven-devouring locusts behind them, and 2 of them were at the peak of rank 11. Below them, there were countless heaven-devouring locusts that were constantly gnawing at the place that was flashing with the nine-colored divine light. They penetrated bit by bit and entered the nine-colored divine light. However, the nine-colored divine light looked a lot dimmer, but it was full of murderous intent. Rays of divine light twisted the heaven-devouring locusts into powder. Some of the heaven-devouring locusts that were trapped inside were killed by the branches. However, the dead heaven-devouring locusts turned into a pool of sticky green liquid that fell on the nine-colored exquisite tree, causing the divine light to dim a lot. After days and nights, the nine-colored exquisite tree was covered with a thick layer of green liquid. The strong toxicity had corroded most of the branches of the nine-colored exquisite tree, causing it to lose most of its magical effect. Now, the nine-colored exquisite tree had lost a lot of its divine power. If even the last bit of defense failed, it would really be devoured by these heaven-devouring locusts. Fortunately, it had boundless divine power and could withstand the gnawing of so many heaven-devouring locusts. Piao piao, be careful and take care of yourself. Dragon 5th and I will kill these rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts. As Ling Xiao spoke, he summoned Dragon 5th. At the same time, his divine soul doppelganger also appeared and rushed towards the heaven-devouring locusts. Although Dragon 5th was not as advanced as these heaven-devouring locusts, his combat power had increased by 100 times. When he summoned the Dragon Ball, he could simply sweep them away. As for Ling Xiao's advanced divine soul, it was the same. Coupled with the Emperor Heaven Destroyer art, its lethality was even more powerful. As long as he killed all the heaven-devouring locusts in front of him, the other heaven-devouring locusts were nothing to be afraid of. Dragon 5th fought 1 against 4, while Ling Xiao's divine soul fought 1 against 3, carrying out the final attack. Before this, Ling Xiao had already killed countless heaven-devouring locusts. Now, it was more than enough to face them again. With his destructive move of 5 dragons as one, it was enough to kill 2 advanced rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts. The peak rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts was also seriously injured and wanted to escape. How could Ling Xiao let it go? A double dragon wind pierced through its defense and burned its body, causing it to fall completely. The other heaven-devouring locusts that surged up were all smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao's fire fists. Many were even burned to death by the flames. Lu Piapiao was already killing the heaven-devouring locusts that covered the 9-color exquisite tree. They had long been forced out by Wastrel and the demon heavenly fire bead. They were no longer a threat. Under the sweep of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets, the heaven-devouring locusts in this space were gradually reduced and destroyed. With the destruction of these heaven-devouring locusts, there were no more heaven-devouring locusts at the 9-color exquisite tree. Ling Xiao threw the exquisite leaf in his hand towards the 9-color exquisite tree. Swoosh! The exquisite leaf floated onto the 9-color exquisite tree and emitted a 9-color divine light. It established a connection with the 9-color exquisite tree. The divine lights reflected each other and bloomed with even more powerful divine colors. The jewel leaf fell back into the 9-colored exquisite tree and returned to the branch. Then, a weak figure slowly walked out from the main tree trunk. This was the tree spirit of the 9-color exquisite tree that Ling Xiao had seen in the Wood Grain clan. Human, you really have a great destiny with the Tree of God. You actually managed to exterminate these sky-devouring locusts. Ling Long is very grateful to you. Ling Long said to Ling Xiao with a grateful expression. Exquisite, you don't have to thank me. You also know why I am here. Ling Xiao replied honestly. Then, he took out some holy spring that he had obtained in the demon forest and handed it to Exquisite. Not only did this holy spring contain water element, but it also contained a large amount of wood element origin. It could help Exquisite recover more profound chi and change its current weak state. Exquisite accepted the spring water and felt the boundless wood-type essence within. She was delighted, and drank it down. Many of the tree trunks behind her immediately regained their vitality, and much of the locust fluid's poison had been expelled from them. Thank you again, human. You are my lucky star in life. Exquisite expressed her gratitude again. Then, the tree behind her shook and a green stone rushed out from under the tree. Bang! The green stone wasn't very big, but it emitted a dazzling divine light and an incomparably rich vitality. This was the wood element Genesis stone that Ling Xiao had been looking forward to for a long time. Its size was much smaller than the Genesis stones that he had obtained before. However, the power it contained was very pure and vigorous. Ling Xiao sucked it in and immediately felt waves of primordial energy in his body. It made him want to break through the shackles and ascend immediately. I've finally got you. Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. Exquisite said, it wasn't originally this small. I borrowed its Genesis strength to resist these heaven-devouring locusts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Fortunately, you arrived early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on for 100 years. Maybe in another 10 years or so, they would have broken through. Their reproduction ability is too fast. It's impossible to destroy them. Yes, there are still several spaces with these heaven-devouring locusts. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you will be eaten by them. Have you ever thought of moving to another place to survive? Ling Xiao said. He really wanted to trick this 9-colored exquisite tree to follow him. That way, he could see through other people's intentions. Chapter 1576. However, Ling Xiao had forgotten that his thoughts had been seen through by Ling Long. Human, you might be greedy, but you're doing it for my sake. It's time for me to leave this place. Those people who have been providing for me should be under my protection. They should return to their human bodies and not walk the crooked path. Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and revealed the truth. Ling Xiao smiled dryly and said, I think it is good for you to return to the Wood Grain tribe. At least you don't have to worry about the locust plague again. Yes, you are right. I don't know how long I have stayed here. It is time for me to move and live again. This place is no longer suitable for me. Ling Long responded. Then, there was a strange movement behind him. The 9-colored exquisite tree was uprooted from its roots, and the space around it shook incessantly, emitting a deafening sound. In the end, the 9-colored exquisite tree turned into a 9-colored light and strengthened the exquisite tree spirit. There were also 2 smaller wood-type source stones in its bosom. They were the foundation for it to continue gathering the wood-type source power. Ling Xiao looked at the other 2 source stones and saw a few rays of light. He was just surprised and didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. After all, Ling Long could see through his thoughts. He couldn't be too greedy. In the past, the immortal tree used your sea of consciousness to nurture the tree spirit. Today, can you lend it to me for a while? Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I'm not a casual person. Ling Xiao replied after a moment of hesitation. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. The immortal tree will stay in your sea of knowledge and you will have the divine wood body. I will stay in your sea of knowledge for a period of time and you will have the exquisite heart. In addition, I will also bestow the exquisite qi to her. Ling Long lightly said. After saying that, Ling Long waved his hand and a flow of exquisite qi overflowed in Lu Piapiao's direction. Lu Piapiao did not understand. She was about to disperse the power when she heard Ling Xiao exclaim, "Don't move. This is the exquisite qi. It's good for you." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Piapiao stopped moving and allowed the exquisite qi to enter her body. All right, I, Ling Xiao, am not a stingy person. Come in, you can also borrow the power of the heavenly fire to cleanse yourself of the locust poison. Ling Xiao replied happily. The exquisite heart wasn't something that just anyone could obtain. Before this, Xiao Ling was the first to obtain it. That was because she possessed the ethereal body, which was 1 in 10,000. However, he didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Now, Letting Ling Long stay in his sea of consciousness and letting him obtain the Ling Long's heart seemed to be very cost-effective. It was a divine heart that could see through anyone's mind. Besides the people of the wood grain race, not many people had such an ability. Ling Xiao opened up his sea of consciousness and allowed Ling Long to enter his sea of consciousness. As Ling Long entered his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao only felt that the stagnant power actually showed signs of loosening. Various scenes of the origin of the wood attribute flashed in his mind. He could feel that the nine-colored exquisite tree had lived in this endless extraterritorial space for millions of years. He could also feel the various scenes of the vigorous growth and the death of many wood attribute creatures. Ling Xiao suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. He had a new understanding of the power of the wood attribute. The power at the peak of the low level was constantly loosening. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Lu Piapiao stepped forward and called out. Ling Zhao's thoughts were interrupted. He quickly restrained his mind and didn't dare to continue thinking because this was not the best time for him to break through. "I'm fine. Let's leave this place immediately," Ling Xiao said and summoned everyone back. Then, he leaped onto the ghost with Lu Piapiao and quickly left this place. He didn't deal with the heaven-devouring locusts because he suddenly realized that there was a reason for the rise and fall of all things. Even if he killed all the heaven-devouring locusts today, new heaven-devouring locusts might be born elsewhere. No living creature would go extinct so easily, especially one that could reproduce so quickly. Anyway, he had already killed 4/5 of the heaven-devouring locusts. It wouldn't be easy for the rest of the heaven-devouring locusts to continue to reproduce and grow. Ling Xiao brought Lu Piapiao out of the disaster area and found a small space. They had discovered this space when they came. It was rare that it wasn't destroyed in the midst of many turbulences. This space wasn't big. It was only the size of a city. It was a good place to rest on the endless territory path. "Piapiao, let's set up a restriction here. You and I will cultivate in seclusion here for a while before we continue on our journey," Ling Xiao suggested. "Husband, are you going to break through?" Lu Piapiao was pleasantly surprised. When Ling Xiao was in the stormy space, he had received the feedback from the innate sinister wind bead. His power had already reached the peak realm. After a few years of heavy cultivation, his strength had increased again. Moreover, the killing in the past few years had also allowed him to use all kinds of power to the extreme. His divine soul had long been much higher than the realm of his real body. It was imperative for him to take this opportunity to break through. "Yes, I want to take this opportunity to break through to the next level. You also need to strengthen your cultivation. Only when we are strong can we do whatever we want here," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Then, a wind origin stone fell in front of Lu Piapiao. This wind origin stone was naturally obtained from Feng Qingyang. The origin stone could gather a lot of origin power. It could help any supreme expert or incipient god realm expert increase his power quickly. Before the origin stone was used, Ling Xiao wanted to use it to further increase his power. After taking out the wind origin stone, Ling Xiao also took out the water origin stone that he had exchanged from the Medicine Alliance and the wood origin stone that he had just obtained from the nine-colored exquisite tree. After the 3 origin stones gathered together, the origin power in the outer space immediately surged over. The speed of the wind, the torrential water, and the vitality of the wood. Lu Piapiao only needed to absorb the wind origin power. Ling Xiao wanted to use these 3 powers to break through to the intermediate master realm. Lu Piapiao watched Ling Xiao take out another water origin stone. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable feeling. Each kind of origin stone was rare in the world. Unless it was an overlord force from the antiquity time, it was impossible to have it. Now, Ling Xiao already had 3 kinds. If other supreme experts or incipient god realm experts knew about this, they would immediately send out all their forces to hunt Ling Xiao, this fat sheep. His collection was simply too abundant. It was simply unimaginable. Ling Xiao summoned the remaining 30 supreme puppets to protect him. Then, he used the illusory eye mirror stone as the eye of the formation to set up a heaven-defying illusory formation. No one would be able to step into this 100,000 miles radius. Once they accidentally intruded, they would be trapped and killed inside. Ling Xiao had to be careful. This was related to his and Lu Piapiao's safety. Once they were affected, it would have a great impact on their realm foundation. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao separated and entered the state of closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao first completely relaxed his mind. Then, he once again entered the state of understanding and deducing the mysteries of the 5 elements. Every time he broke through a level, he had to deepen his understanding of the use of the power at that level. Only then could he become stronger naturally. After half a year, Ling Xiao had finally comprehended the power of the 5 elements. Moreover, he had used the purest origin power to heal all the hidden injuries left by the battles. His god body had recovered to its perfect state once again. Now, where he was sitting, there were 3 kinds of origin power of the 3 elements: the gentleness of the wind, the coolness of the water, and the gentleness of the wood. The 3 colors of gray, blue, and green seemed to gather into a thick cocoon, wrapping Ling Xiao in it. This thick energy was enough for any supreme expert or incipient god realm expert to digest for a long time. However, Ling Xiao's capacity wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. The origin power surged unceasingly and all of it went into Ling Xiao's body. This immense origin power wasn't enough for Ling Xiao to break through. He needed more energy to break through. Many purple-black divine crystals, locusts, and the fiery lotus divine core appeared. At the supreme expert realm, although it was the peak of the low level, the amount of energy he needed to take the next step was tremendous. Moreover, Ling Xiao cultivated 5 elements at the same time. The energy he needed was 5 times more than the other supreme experts. He had to prepare more than enough. He couldn't afford to fail. Ling Xiao shattered all the divine items and absorbed the god power into his dantian. He refined them quickly. The purple-black divine crystal was the best among the best divine crystals that the fire origin stone had condensed in the nirvana space. It contained a tremendous amount of energy. The locusts had a lot of wood essence energy. The fiery lotus divine core was a pure wood divine item that any supreme expert with the fire origin stone coveted. Of course, the god power it contained was extremely strong. In addition to these divine items, the other divine items were also things that made people's eyes go red. There were divine items of gold, ice, wind, and so on. Ling Xiao's 5-colored dantian instantly swelled up. Dots of 5-colored starlight looked misty, vast, mysterious, and holy. Many energies surged unceasingly, attacking the divine bridge. His god soul energy and these energies started to mix together. Drops of god power filled the divine bridge. In just a blink of an eye, there were several thousand drops of god power. It was still increasing, making the divine bridge soar up like a water column. The primordial power around Ling Xiao surged like the wind and clouds. The thick primordial power all entered his body, causing his power to soar at that moment. Boom! When the god power was moving toward Ling Xiao's meridians, the roaring, majestic energy had broken through the bottleneck of the peak of the low level. He had broken through to the middle level of incipient god realm without any accident. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by 5 completely different kinds of power. The shadows of the dragons roared continuously, filling the space with a noble atmosphere. Chapter 1577. In the boundless outer space, on a small piece of land surrounded by an illusory formation, 5 shadows of real dragons with different colors roared and soared into the sky. They had an imposing manner like the sky, and their majestic auras were endless. A 5-colored figure that seemed like a true dragon soared into the sky, and it instantly charged towards outer space. Numerous powerful and overbearing palm shadows, fist shadows, and leg shadows blasted out violently, and they shattered much of the turbulent space in the surroundings. Rumble. Terrifying sounds reverberated in this space. That power was really astonishing. Each of them was enough to destroy the sun, moon, and stars. In the direction of the blast, waves after waves of breathtaking energy flashed in the air. When everything calmed down, the slender and straight figure was like a mountain, giving people a feeling that he was invisible, tall, steady, and unshakable. After 5 years, Ling Xiao finally broke through to the middle-level Supreme Master realm in this land. He had become an upper-level figure among the Supreme and incipient God realm experts. He was no longer an upstart who had just entered the Supreme Master realm. At this moment, he looked incomparably extraordinary. His aura was even more extraordinary. Each of his moves had a great momentum descending, and he had the divine might of his body movement. When he restrained his aura, he was a handsome and elegant young man. He was a reserved and charming existence. After this breakthrough, Ling Xiao was no longer as excited and crazy as before. He just had a complacent look on his face, and then he restored his calmness. His many years of experience and improvement over the years had already caused him to be even more composed and composed. His God's soul had reached the middle-level high level, and his body was at the middle-level Supreme Master realm. In comparison, he was naturally not too excited. Congratulations, my husband, for reaching another level. Lu Piapiao walked with the wind like a fairy of the moon. She wore a faint smile on her face as she congratulated Ling Xiao. Now, with the help of the wind attribute Genesis Stone, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She had entered the middle level from the early stage, and her aura was incomparable to the past. The Genesis Stone was indeed the purest and most primitive energy stone. In just a few years, Lu Piapiao's progress was already very fast. Ling Xiao moved slightly and came to Lu Piapiao's side. He caressed the beauty and laughed, haha, of course. After a pause, he continued, we can return to the Blue Moon space now, lest your master and senior phone worry. Well, we have been out for a long time. It's time to go back. Lu Piapiao said with a smile. The two of them packed up their belongings, sat on the ghost, and began their journey back. At this moment, other than the two of them, there was also Dragon Fifth, the Prodigal, Xiao Jin, and Muscle. They had all transformed into humans and were following behind them. Dragon Fifth had gone through many battles and absorbed a lot of metal attribute primordial energy on the domain path. He had reached the peak of intermediate stage 11 and was not far from the advanced stage. The Prodigal had already reached level 11. Not long ago, Xiao Jin and Muscle had used the power of the Golden Dragon Wind Stone to accelerate their advancement. In a short period of time, they had become level 11 holy beasts. Their strength had already surpassed many holy beasts. All of this had a lot to do with the opportunity that Ling Xiao had given them. However, with their aptitude, they could only reach the intermediate stage 11 at most. It would be an extravagant hope for them to reach the advanced stage. After all, it was not easy for their bloodline power to support them to this stage. Many mutated holy beasts had stopped at level 9 or level 10 and could not advance any further. As for the dragon horse, it was still a little weaker. However, it had already obtained the dragon blood to transform its body. Its future prospects were even higher than Xiao Jin and Muscle. Along the way, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. From time to time, he would find an excuse to have sex with Lu Piapiao and enjoy the bliss of having multiple partners. During this trip, Ling Xiao had finally rescued the 9-colored exquisite tree and obtained the wood attribute primordial stone after a lot of hardships. It was definitely a worthwhile trip. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained the wind attribute primordial stone. If he were to bring this back to the clan, it would definitely be an uplifting event. As long as he obtained the light, dark, and thunder primordial stones, he would be able to complete most of the steps. Then, he would find a divine grade formation master to set up the primordial formation and activate the new vitality of the Xianling continent. Then, he would be able to rescue his elder ancestor and restore the Xianling continent to its ancient prosperity. This was indeed something to be happy about. When he passed by the winged men's territory again, Ling Xiao had the urge to set up an illusory formation to control and kill all the winged men. However, he had seen the power of the winged men. Their light attribute had an incredible effect. Perhaps, it could break his illusory formation. Moreover, the winged men had a top-notch ancient divine artifact called the Light Divine Mirror. It had an unknown and terrifying power. Just like the golden dragon altar of the Kim people, it was an ancient divine artifact of the winged men. Once it was used, even a peak supreme being would have to retreat. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to endure it for the time being. He had to postpone his revenge. If one of the two peak supreme beings on the Kim people's ranking list came back, he believed that he could fight with the winged men. Unfortunately, the two of them had already gone to some unknown place in the outer space. There had been no news of them for many years. It is better to rely on myself than others. It seems that it is time to use the power of the chaotic burial space to help me destroy the winged men and the demon tiger clan to obtain these two kinds of primordial stones. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Since they had killed all the pirates along the way when they came here, they didn't encounter much disturbance on their way back. They returned to the Green Moon space smoothly. Back in the Green Moon space, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were warmly received. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had a close relationship with Feng Qingyang, the alliance master of the Qingfeng alliance. Naturally, the others didn't dare to neglect them. Feng Qingyang hadn't gone out for many years. He had been accompanying his long-lost sister, as if he had endless things to say to her. "Huh, good boy. It has been less than 10 years, and you have improved by 1 level. I really don't know how you did it." Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was so powerful. He didn't know what kind of opportunity he had, or what kind of monstrous physique he had, that allowed Ling Xiao to improve so quickly. "Huh, Senior Feng, you flatter me. I'm just not used to staying put, so I wandered around. I guess I've gained something," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Well, it seems that you have a heaven-defying opportunity. Even Piapiao has benefited from it. It's not in vain that I helped you too." With Feng Qingyang's eyesight, he could already tell that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had become cultivation partners. Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, blushed. She glanced at Ling Xiao but was too embarrassed to speak. Feng Lanling said indifferently, "Since Piapiao has chosen to follow you, you can't let her suffer. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." She only had one disciple, and she had always treated Lu Piapiao like her own daughter. Now that Lu Piapiao had suddenly followed Ling Xiao, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Ling Xiao had the 9-colored exquisite tree in his sea of consciousness and a large amount of exquisite dragon qi. He could see through Feng Lanling's thoughts and understand the woman's good intentions. "Senior, don't worry. I will always treat Piapiao well. Whoever wants to hurt her will be against me. No matter who he is, I will fight him to the death," Ling Xiao said very solemnly. Lu Piapiao was his woman, and he treated his woman the best in his life. Naturally, he couldn't let others bully her. Feng Lanling's expression became better after hearing Ling Xiao's words. "By the way, Ling Xiao, what are your plans next? Have you ever thought of staying in the Blue Moon space to develop?" Chapter 1578. The extreme metal turbulent space wasn't too far from the Blue Moon space. It was a turbulent area that often produced metal-class divine items. That area often had metal-class turbulent flows with great lethality. Metal-class was known as the sharpest power. When it reached its peak, of course, it would be terrifying. In this extreme metal turbulent space, the most dangerous thing was the extreme metal qi. Each flow of extreme metal qi wasn't weaker than an attack from a supreme expert or incipient god realm expert. Moreover, each flow of extreme metal chi carried an incomparably sharp power that could cut through ordinary ancient god weapons and divine armors. Thus, ordinary supreme experts or incipient god realm experts didn't dare to enter this place. Only those with mid-grade or higher ancient god weapons and divine armors or supreme incipient god realm experts with powerful bodies would take the risk to enter. Currently, there was a figure shuttling through this space. Occasionally, when the extreme metal turbulence appeared, it was immediately smashed away by that person's staff. When the metal pole chi dissipated, most of the scattered metal pole chi's residual energy was absorbed into his mouth to strengthen his divine power. Although this figure had a human shape, his body was covered with needle-like golden hair. Waves of dazzling god light sparkled unceasingly. He wore a golden hoop on his head, a golden staff in his hand, and a suit of golden armor. His entire body exuded a thick, evil aura. Wasn't he Yuan Zhantian, who had separated from Ling Xiao in the scorched stone space? Previously, after he had separated from Ling Xiao, he had brought the long arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King to the Blue Moon space. However, Yuan Zhantian's characteristics were too obvious. The other supreme experts or incipient god realm experts of the Red Snake Gang had discovered him and started to hunt him down. Although Yuan Zhantian's god power was strong, his realm was still too low. As a result, he didn't stand a chance against so many pursuers. To protect him, the Long Arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King had stayed behind to block the pursuers. That was how Yuan Zhantian had managed to escape and hide in this extreme metal turbulent space. Yuan Zhantian's inheritance of the sacred battle ape proved that he had great luck. After falling into the extreme metal turbulence and experiencing a series of dangers, he finally had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a clump of extreme metal power that hadn't dissipated. His strength had already risen from the early low level to the middle low level sovereign realm. Furthermore, he could also cultivate and absorb the extreme metal power that surged out. After more than 10 years of hard work, his strength had already reached the peak of the low rank, and he could even develop the metal aura to attack with terrifying destructive power. Based on his individual battle prowess, only supreme martial artists who had reached the peak of the middle level or above would be able to fight him. He knew that it wasn't easy to attain the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist in the extreme metal turbulence. Moreover, he wanted to know more about Ling Xiao, so he wanted to go out and look for Ling Xiao. However, the members of the Red Snake Gang couldn't find fault with Ling Xiao, so they could only vent their anger on Yuan Zhantian. Moreover, they also wanted to snatch the inheritance of the sacred battle ape from Yuan Zhantian. There was a vice president of the Red Snake Gang who knew this evil secret art of snatching inheritances, so they were determined to get Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian had just come out of the extreme metal turbulence, and he was being chased by the members of the Red Snake Gang. He wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao, and he couldn't control puppets to fight. Naturally, it was more difficult for him to fend off the encirclement of so many people. If it weren't for his strong physique and unlimited battle prowess, he might have already been captured by others. Right now, he wasn't in a good state either. There were many wounds on his body, and there were two types of extreme force that were hard to dispel and tangled him, preventing him from completely recovering his divine body. One of these two types of power was the power of the origin of fire, and the other was the evil poison chi. Both were destroying his physical body. There was a hideous wound on his chest, and there was a black poison chi on his thigh. He'd been chased and injured by the two vice presidents of the Red Snake Gang, and if he hadn't exerted all his strength to the limit, he'd probably have been captured alive by them a long time ago. They had been careless and didn't want to kill Yuan Zhantian directly, which gave him the opportunity to escape. Yuan Zhantian was already familiar with the extreme metal turbulence. After avoiding many of the extreme metal chi, he sat cross-legged in a place with metal and stone. He looked extremely weak. He wanted to absorb the power of metal here and force the two powerful origin forces away, but he still couldn't do it. At this time, more than a dozen people had entered the extreme metal turbulence. These people all had awe-inspiring expressions and extraordinary auras. They were all wearing exquisite divine armors. These people were the members of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, there were two vice presidents, and one of them was a peak supreme being. There were also 4 high-level supreme beings and 8 mid-level supreme beings. These people were the top existences of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, the one riding a high-level level 11 red-scaled snake was the vice president of the Red Snake Gang, Hua Bailey Yen. He was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but he didn't look that old. He was just a middle-aged man, with a ball of origin flame floating above his palm. This kind of origin flame wasn't any weaker than the demonic demon flame that Ling Xiao currently possessed. No wonder he couldn't suppress it after it injured Yuan Zhantian. If Yuan Zhantian didn't have a monstrous body, he would have been burned to ashes. The vice president of the Red Snake Gang next to him was a middle-aged woman. She was tall and slender, and her figure was plump and voluptuous. She wore a dark green divine robe that revealed a lot of her private parts. Her skin was as pink as a teenager's, and it made the Supreme Being and incipient God Realm experts behind her swallow their saliva. Chu Miao was a high-level Supreme Being. Although she was flirtatious to the bone, ordinary Supreme Beings didn't dare to approach her because she had another title, the Red Venomous Snake. Her entire body carried a deadly poison. If one was careless and got poisoned by her origin poison, they would end up with nothing left of their bodies. Moreover, she was the woman of the Red Snake Gang's president. Chu Zhenlu was Chu Miao's cousin. Chu Zhenlu's death had enraged her, so she came out of her seclusion to chase after Yuan Zhantian with Bailey Yen. Originally, she wanted to find Ling Xiao to vent her anger. However, the Qingfeng League had announced that Ling Xiao was a member of their Qingfeng League. Whoever dared to touch him would be an enemy of the Qingfeng League. The Red Snake Gang was warned by the people of the Qingfeng League that they were not allowed to touch Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the Red Snake Gang would be annihilated. Although the Red Snake Gang had a small reputation among the many alliances, it was still a far cry from the Qingfeng League, which had an invincible supreme being like Feng Qingyang. Therefore, they did not dare to touch Ling Xiao. This gave Ling Xiao a lot of peace when he was rushing to the disaster zone. Do you think you can survive by escaping into the metal turbulence? How naive. Bailey Yen sneered. Big brother Bailey, you can't be careless. I'm very afraid of the extreme metal turbulence here. You have to take care of me. Min Miao's voice was like a young girl's, penetrating and seductive. Those who did not know her well would think that she had feelings for you. In fact, this was her nature. She was used to debauchery. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, no one had heard of her having an affair with a man. Sister-in-law, you must be joking. Let's hurry up and catch up with that kid. If we can capture him alive, we can create another battle's sacred physique. Our league will have one more valiant general in the future. Bailey Yen, who was already used to Min Miao's tone, replied indifferently. The group of them shuttled back and forth rapidly. The metal chi that surged out was dispersed by their combined strength. However, the deeper they went, the more metal chi surged out, hindering their movements and slowing them down. After all, the metal chi was too powerful. Just a touch of it would result in broken limbs. No matter how strong they were, they had to be cautious. I can already smell his aura. He is nearby. Everyone, split up and attack together. Let's destroy this place. I don't believe he won't come out. Min Miao's divine telekinesis kept scanning. She had already smelled the evil poison chi that she had left on Yuan Zhantian. As soon as she finished speaking, the others were about to attack. However, a powerful explosion suddenly exploded on the left. Boom! When the explosion rang out, there was a sudden change in the surrounding space. Streams of metal chi that were even more terrifying than before swept out. Swoosh! These streams of metal chi contained terrifying destructive power. Even a mid-grade ancient god artifact could not withstand them. Ah! Among the 14 people, a few of them had their divine bodies cut into pieces by the dense extreme metal chi. Divine blood splattered continuously, causing them to shriek in pain. They attacked in all directions, destroying all the metal chi. This caused the surrounding space to tremble continuously. "Little bastard, come out." After Bai Lian roared, he heavily waved a strong fiery fist in one direction. A shocking explosion rang out. Many metal attribute stones were immediately turned into dust. Yuan Zhantian, who was in that direction, immediately dashed out. He did not fight head-on. Instead, he dragged his body and fled in another direction. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't even have the ability to fight with these people. However, before he could escape far, a wind-attributed high-level supreme martial artist blocked his path, sending a gust of wind's shadow leg light towards him. Yuan Zhantian could not avoid it. He roared and the golden rod in his hand shone brightly. It enveloped the person. Yuan Zhantian was only at the peak of the low level. How could he be a match for this person? In an instant, he was sent flying. Bailey Yen and Min Miao rushed over immediately. Two different origin energy descended on Yuan Zhantian, wreaking havoc on his body. He struggled and roared. His body grew larger as he tried to break out of the encirclement again. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Min Miao laughed. A green net appeared in her hand and she threw it at Yuan Zhantian. In an instant, the green net expanded in size. Waves of poisonous green gas spilled out and quickly enveloped Yuan Zhantian, completely trapping him within. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.